Welcome, dear listener. Tonight, I invite you to set the volume at a gentle level, close your eyes, and simply rest in silence. Allow your body to sink deeper into comfort, and let your mind drift as we begin to wander together into sleep. This is the very first story in our Boring History for Sleep series, and tonight, we'll step softly into the old market days of Mesopotamia, a place where life moved slowly and time was measured not by clocks, but by the rhythm of trade and quiet routine. If you enjoy this calm storytelling, please remember to like this video and subscribe so that you can return every night and fall asleep with us. Now, let us begin. In the soft light of dawn, the great plains of Mesopotamia began to stir. The rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, moved silently across the land, carrying with them the silt that gave birth to one of the earliest cradles of civilization. Life in these fertile valleys was organized not only by the cycles of the rivers and the rhythm of the seasons, but also by the steady repetition of human routine. Among the most familiar of these routines were the days of the market, when farmers, craftsmen, and traders gathered to exchange the products of their labor in quiet yet purposeful patterns that repeated generation after generation. Imagine, if you will, the slow approach to a Mesopotamian town as the sun rose higher and the dust of the road began to glow in the light. Small groups of villagers walked along with baskets balanced on their heads, carrying grain, vegetables, and jars of oil. A shepherd guided a cluster of sheep, their hooves pressing gently into the earth, while a potter pushed a cart filled with clay vessels, each shaped carefully by hands that had followed the same motions as countless ancestors before him. There was no rush, no sense of urgency, only the gentle knowledge that this was market day, and market day would always come again. As people reached the town, the air began to change. The stillness of the morning gave way to the low hum of conversation, the calls of traders announcing their wares, and the sound of animals shifting in their pens. Yet even this activity carried a softness, a subdued energy that felt less like excitement and more like the turning of a great wheel, slow, steady, and unbroken. The stalls were simple, wooden tables or cloths spread upon the ground, shaded by woven mats that kept the sun at bay. On them lay barley and dates, copper tools, simple fabrics, and small tokens of crafted clay. Each item spoke of work done quietly in the fields or by the hearth, work that had no haste, no glamour, but which fed the body and clothed the family. To walk among these stalls was to walk in a world where nothing moved too fast, where every step followed the one before it in calm procession. The people who gathered here were not strangers to one another. Most knew each other's names, families, and fields. Transactions were often accompanied by slow nods, small smiles, and words exchanged that were more about neighborly ties than about profit. A jar of oil might be traded for a basket of figs, not with sharp bargaining, but with a gentle understanding that balance was needed, that fairness was valued. Money existed, small silver rings or pieces of copper, but trade by barter was just as common, and each act of exchange carried with it the weight of trust. In this way, the market was more than a place to buy and sell. It was the rhythm of the community itself. To linger in such a place is to feel the slow weaving of human connection. A farmer might pause by the potter's stall to ask about a new batch of vessels, while a woman selling woven mats might glance toward the shepherd to inquire about wool for the coming winter. Children wandered between the stalls, not hurried, simply observing, their eyes taking in the endless repetition of scenes they would one day join as adults. Even the smells and sounds became part of the calm ritual. The scent of freshly baked bread wafting from a small oven, the low murmur of voices blending into a gentle chorus, the occasional bray of a donkey breaking the silence, only to fade quickly back into the steady hum of the market. Nothing was overwhelming, nothing demanded urgency. The day moved at the pace of breath, at the pace of footsteps across earth that had seen centuries of the same motions. And as the sun slowly climbed toward its height, there was no sense of rush to finish, no pressure of deadlines or schedules. Market day stretched patiently, waiting for each person to find what they needed, to greet whom they wished, to exchange what was fair. In this quiet cycle, the people of Mesopotamia found a sense of order that required no laws to enforce, no loud voices to command. It was the simple repetition of life itself, the flow of give and take, the endless turning of human hands shaping clay, grinding grain, weaving cloth, and then offering the results in calm exchange. And so, as you listen, imagine yourself drifting slowly through these stalls, your mind no longer concerned with time or with tasks. The voices are distant now, fading into a background hum. The air is warm, but gentle. Each step is slower than the one before, until movement itself feels unnecessary. You are no longer a visitor, no longer a stranger, but simply part of the flow of this ancient market, part of the rhythm that has carried human beings for thousands of years. And as this rhythm continues, unbroken, so too does your mind begin to settle, to sink gently into silence, into stillness, into rest. As the sun moved higher above the horizon, the market in Mesopotamia settled into its steady rhythm. By now, the early arrivals had arranged their goods neatly, laying out jars, baskets, and bundles with quiet care. The gentle murmur of conversation filled the air, not loud enough to disturb, not hurried enough to press, but simply flowing like the rivers nearby. The marketplace was a reflection of the land itself, a place where life unfolded slowly, where patience was the truest form of wealth. The goods on display told a story of this early civilization. Rows of barley and wheat, gathered from the fertile soil, rested in large sacks, their golden tones catching the light. Dates, dark and sweet, were stacked in woven trays, their fragrance adding a faint sweetness to the dry air. Clay jars lined one stall, their rounded shapes filled with oil pressed from sesame seeds, thick and valuable, used for cooking, for lamps, and for offerings in temples. There were also bundles of reeds cut from the marshes, to be woven later into mats and baskets, humble yet essential for daily life. Each object, though simple, carried weight, for behind every jar or bundle was the labor of days, the patience of seasons, and the quiet persistence of families who worked without expectation of glory, only the assurance that life would continue if the work was done. Craftsmen, too, came to the market. A potter showed his wares, bowls, cups, and water jars, their surfaces smooth though imperfect, marked with the touch of human hands. A metalworker placed small tools upon a cloth, knives with simple blades, chisels, hooks, and pins of copper. These were not treasures to be admired from afar, but tools to be used, to wear down with time, to break, and to be remade again. Each buyer knew the value of such tools, not as symbols of wealth, but as companions in the labor of survival. There was also cloth, rough and plain, dyed in muted tones, folded in stacks. It was not luxury, not meant to dazzle, but to clothe, to shield the body from sun and wind. In some corners of the market, livestock shifted slowly, goats bleating softly, sheep standing in groups, donkeys tethered to wooden posts. Their presence was steady, part of the quiet chorus of the day. Nothing was sharp, nothing dramatic, only the repetition of sights and sounds that returned week after week. To walk further among the stalls was to notice the human side of the exchange. Farmers leaned against their baskets, nodding as neighbors passed. Traders who had traveled from other towns sat cross-legged by their goods, eyes calm, waiting with no urgency for buyers to come. Women spoke to one another while measuring out grain, their voices low and even, sometimes pausing to smile faintly at children who wandered between them. Older men, their faces lined with years of work under the sun, watched with the patience of those who had seen countless markets before and who expected countless more to come. Transactions unfolded without haste. A handful of dates was weighed in a simple balance, exchanged for a portion of barley. A jar of oil was offered for a length of woven cloth. A shepherd, after quiet words, traded a young goat for a set of copper tools, both parties content with the fairness of the trade. There was little argument, for fairness was part of the unspoken rhythm, and the memory of past exchanges guided the balance of the present. What strikes the mind when imagining these markets is not the noise or chaos of modern trade, but the slowness, the sense that time itself had a different pace. There were no coins clattering endlessly, no merchants shouting to outdo one another, no rush of buyers pushing through crowds. Instead, there was space to breathe, to pause, to stand in silence while considering a trade. The sun moved slowly across the sky. Shadows stretched gradually across the packed earth, and the people simply existed within that flow. Even the children reflected this rhythm. They played gently at the edges, tossing small stones, tracing patterns in the dirt, or chasing one another in quiet bursts of energy before returning to stand beside their parents. They were not rushed, not driven away, for the market was part of their learning, a place where they absorbed the slow lessons of patience, of exchange, of community. In the distance, the temple stood above the town, its ziggurat a reminder that life was guided by powers greater than trade alone. Yet even here, in the marketplace, there was a sense of reverence, not loud or ceremonial, but woven into the calm respect with which people treated one another. Every exchange carried a quiet dignity, a recognition that survival was shared, that no family endured alone. And so the market became more than trade. It was a gathering of lives, a weaving of the community itself. To listen closely is to hear how even silence became part of this gathering. Between words, between footsteps, between the bleating of goats and the calls of traders, there were long pauses where nothing seemed to move. These pauses did not feel empty. They were the spaces where trust lived, where time breathed. The people of Mesopotamia lived by these rhythms, not in pursuit of wealth beyond measure, but in pursuit of balance, of continuity, of the assurance that tomorrow would look much like today. And as you let your thoughts drift here, imagine yourself sitting quietly at the edge of this ancient market, not needing to buy, not needing to sell, only watching. The sounds are muted, the air is still, and time stretches endlessly, soft as the flow of the rivers nearby. The more you linger, the more the details fade into background, until all that remains is the gentle hum of life continuing, steady, unbroken, peaceful. As the morning stretched further into the day, the heart of the market was no longer just the goods laid out on tables or spread upon the ground, but the people themselves, moving with unhurried steps, pausing to speak, to listen, to exchange news that traveled more slowly than the rivers, but with equal constancy. These conversations, though ordinary, formed the true rhythm of Mesopotamian market life. A man selling grain might lean on his basket while speaking softly to a neighbor about the state of the irrigation canals, about whether the waters had risen as expected, or whether repairs would be needed before the next planting. Another group might discuss the price of reeds for thatching roofs, not in heated argument but in measured tones, comparing memories of past seasons, letting time itself guide the sense of fairness. There were women arranging dates into neat piles, their hands working with practiced ease, while their voices drifted toward talk of families, of children growing taller, of marriages soon to be arranged. In these exchanges, business and daily life blended seamlessly, for to the people of Mesopotamia, trade was not separate from community, but a reflection of it. Each transaction carried with it not only the weight of goods, but the thread of human connection. In this way, the marketplace was a place of memory, where relationships were renewed again and again. Trust was not a word spoken loudly, but a quiet presence in the eyes and gestures of those who had traded together for years. If a jar of oil was slightly smaller than expected, or a bundle of wool less thick, it was overlooked when the one offering it was known to be honest in all other dealings. The rhythm of trust was as steady as the rhythm of trade itself. Children moved between these groups, absorbing the patterns as naturally as they breathed. A boy watched his father weigh grain on a balance, memorizing the careful way the scale was adjusted, while a girl stood near her mother, observing how she examined a length of cloth by running it slowly through her hands, nodding when satisfied, placing it gently into a basket. These small lessons, repeated week after week, became part of their inheritance, not written in words but lived in action. Elders too were present, their role less about trade and more about presence. An old man might sit on a low stool by the edge of the market, speaking little, yet his silence carried authority. Younger traders glanced toward him, not for approval, but for reassurance, as if his very stillness reminded them that the market had existed long before and would continue long after. His face, lined deeply, was a map of the years spent in sun and wind, and though he sold nothing, his presence itself was part of the day's exchange. In this slow circle of human interaction, even disputes held a quiet tone. If disagreement arose, it was settled not by anger, but by calm voices, often in the presence of others who listened and nodded, offering balance. It was rare for conflict to last beyond the day, for the market was too central to life, too necessary to fracture. To carry bitterness into the next gathering would have been to disturb the rhythm that sustained everyone. And so patience ruled, not by force, but by shared understanding. Beyond trade and talk, the market also carried the whisper of stories. A traveler from another town might sit by his goods, telling of roads distant and lands beyond the horizon. Though his words were simple, they were enough to spark the imagination of children and to stir faint curiosity among adults who seldom traveled far. Yet even these stories were not told in excitement, but in calm cadence, as if the vastness of the world was best approached slowly, one tale at a time. The temple priests sometimes appeared as well, moving quietly through the stalls, collecting offerings for the gods. A measure of grain here, a jar of oil there, received with bowed heads and without complaint. Religion was not apart from life but interwoven, and the gods, it was believed, required their share of every harvest, every craft, every trade. In this way, the market was also a reflection of the spiritual order, reminding all who gathered that their work was part of something larger than themselves. And as the day stretched on, the sun now leaning toward its height, the pace of the market never quickened. There was no rush to finish before noon, no frenzy to sell before shadows grew short. Instead, time seemed to expand, allowing each act, each word, each gesture its own space. A woman could pause to adjust her basket. A man could rest his hands on his knees for a moment before speaking, and no one felt pressed. It was as though the entire market breathed as one, slowly, evenly, without strain. To sit in such a place was to be surrounded by the gentle murmur of life, continuing, unchanged. The sound of sandals scuffing the packed earth, the lowing of cattle, the rustle of cloth in the breeze, the quiet cadence of voices. These sounds did not demand attention, but lulled the mind into stillness. One could listen for hours without growing weary, for nothing rose too sharply, nothing disturbed the flow. And so, as the sun climbed steadily overhead and shadows shortened, the market continued. Not in haste, not in drama, but in the calm repetition that had guided countless generations. Each person, each family, played their part, and together they formed the fabric of a community bound by trade, by trust, by time itself. In that slow and steady rhythm, there was a peace that needed no words, a peace that invited all who entered to linger, to breathe, and to let go of the weight of urgency. Long before the market began to stir with voices and trade, the journey to reach it had already been set in motion. For many families in Mesopotamia, a day at the market started the evening before, with quiet preparation under the fading light of the setting sun. In small clay houses scattered across the fields, men and women gathered the goods that would be carried to town, inspecting them carefully, tying them with simple cords, and arranging them in baskets. The rhythm of this preparation was slow and deliberate, for the market was not a place for careless displays, but for order, for the quiet dignity of presenting one's work to the community. A farmer measured grain into sacks, each one balanced so that it could be lifted onto a donkey without strain. His wife sorted dates into neat clusters, tying them into bundles with strips of reed. A potter stacked vessels, one inside the other, wrapping the outer ones in woven mats to keep them from cracking on the road. Children too helped in these tasks, carrying smaller loads or gathering reeds for packing. For them, the anticipation of market day was mixed with curiosity, for the journey itself offered a break from routine, a chance to see distant neighbors, to hear news from other villages, to taste perhaps a treat not found at home. As night settled, families rested lightly, for dawn would come quickly and the road awaited. At first light, the household stirred. A donkey was led from its pen, its back fitted with woven saddlebags, while baskets were loaded and secured with quiet patience. The paths leading toward the town filled slowly with movement. From one direction came a line of shepherds guiding their flocks, from another a small cart pulled by oxen, and from yet another a woman carrying pottery balanced on her head, her steps steady, her posture upright. There was no hurry, for each knew the journey would take the time it required. The road itself became part of the ritual of market day. As feet pressed into the earth, familiar sights appeared along the way. The irrigation canals glistening faintly in the light, the fields of barley swaying gently in the morning breeze, the marsh reeds rustling as birds lifted into the sky. These sights were not distractions but companions, constant reminders of the land that sustained them. The journey was not empty. It was filled with the unspoken rhythm of life continuing, of humans moving alongside the work of nature. Neighbors traveling together often walked in silence, the sound of footsteps enough to fill the air. When they did speak, it was of simple matters: how the sheep had fared through the last rains, whether the next harvest looked promising, whether someone's son had begun to learn the work of his father. These words flowed like the rivers, calm and steady, never rushed, never loud. The children, though more restless, were guided by the pace of their elders. They paused to look at insects crawling in the dust, to chase briefly after birds before being called back with gentle words. Their laughter rose softly into the morning air, but never disturbed the quiet rhythm of the road. Donkeys moved patiently, their hoofs pressing into the soft earth, their ears flicking at flies, carrying their loads without protest. The journey, though sometimes long, was rarely heavy, for it was undertaken with acceptance, a recognition that the market lay ahead, and that each step brought them closer. By the time the town came into view, the sun was already warming the fields, and the faint sounds of the market beginning could be heard. To arrive was not to burst suddenly into activity, but to merge slowly with a gathering that had already begun. Travelers entered the town gates, greeted by familiar faces, nods of recognition, small smiles of welcome. They made their way to the spaces they always claimed, setting down baskets, untying ropes, adjusting mats. There was no confusion, for each knew where they belonged, where their family had stood for years, where their neighbors expected to find them. In this way, the market was not only a place of trade, but a map of community, each stall and corner tied to memory and to continuity. The long journey and careful preparation gave each act of trade its quiet weight. A jar of oil was not just oil. It was the work of fields planted months before, of nights spent pressing seed, of hands tying cords in the dim light of evening. A bundle of dates was not simply fruit. It was the patient care of palms tended through the heat of the season. The gathering of clusters and baskets carried down narrow paths. To place such goods upon the stall was to offer not only an object but a fragment of one's life. And so the market, when viewed from the start of its preparation, was not a sudden gathering, but the slow unfolding of many days, many labors, all converging into a single point of stillness. To imagine it fully is to see not only the market itself, but the countless journeys converging, the countless evenings of quiet preparation, the countless steps pressed into the dust of the roads. Each sack, each jar, each bundle carried its own story, and when all were gathered together, the market became a living memory of the community itself. In this way, even the journey was part of the rhythm, as necessary as the stalls, as constant as the trade, and as calm as the rivers that gave the land its life. When speaking of the Mesopotamian market, one cannot separate the act of trade from the quiet presence of religion, for in this ancient land, the gods were never far from daily life. The temple, often standing tall above the town with its massive ziggurat, rising step by step toward the sky, cast its shadow even over the market square. To those who gathered below, it was more than just stone and mud brick. It was a reminder that every jar of oil, every basket of grain, every flock of sheep belonged not only to the families who tended them, but also to the unseen order that governed the world. Before many stalls opened fully, some families offered a portion of their goods at the temple. It was not done with fanfare or ceremony, but with quiet reverence. A woman might place a small sack of barley into the hands of a temple attendant, bowing her head before returning to her stall. A potter might set aside one vessel from his collection, carrying it carefully to the temple steps. These acts were not thought of as losses, but as necessary balances, for the gods were believed to guide the floods of the rivers, the fertility of the fields, the health of the animals, and even the peace of the community. To give was to acknowledge that human labor alone was not enough, that survival depended upon the favor of powers greater than the market itself. The priests, robed in simple cloth, but carrying the authority of tradition, moved quietly among the people. They did not shout, they did not command, but their presence was felt as they observed the market with calm eyes. Sometimes they paused at a stall, not only to collect offerings but also to ensure weights and measures were fair. In this way, the temple was tied even to the trust that bound neighbors together. To cheat in trade was to risk more than the disapproval of one's peers. It was to disturb the order of the gods, an act considered dangerous not only for oneself, but for the entire community. The market was, therefore, more than an exchange of goods. It was an expression of the cosmic balance. Just as the rivers rose and fell, just as the seasons turned with unfailing rhythm, so too did trade require fairness, patience, and the quiet observance of ritual. The gods were believed to watch these transactions, not with wrathful eyes, but with the steady gaze of guardians who expected harmony to be preserved. To buy and sell was to participate in something far larger than individual survival. It was to take part in the maintenance of order itself. At times, music drifted faintly from the temple precinct. Small drums, simple flutes, or the chanting of prayers might carry on the breeze, blending with the soft murmur of the crowd. These sounds did not intrude but became part of the background, a reminder that every word spoken, every trade made, was wrapped in the presence of the divine. Children sometimes looked toward the ziggurat with quiet awe, their eyes tracing the steps upward, imagining the rituals that took place beyond their view. To them, the temple was both familiar and mysterious, as constant as the sun, yet unreachable in its full meaning. As the day unfolded, the priest's role in the market extended beyond offerings. They were keepers of knowledge, of writing, of records. In some markets, scribes sat near the temple, their clay tablets laid out before them, ready to inscribe agreements. If a trade involved more than a simple exchange, if land was sold, if livestock were transferred in larger numbers, the scribes recorded it in the marks of cuneiform. These records tied the market not only to daily survival, but to the enduring memory of civilization itself. To see a man press a stylus into clay was to witness the invisible hand of history, preserving the smallest details of life for generations yet to come. Even so, the atmosphere never quickened. There was no rush in these acts, no urgency in the offering, no impatience in the record-keeping. Everything moved with the same deliberate calm that guided the rest of the day. A farmer, after giving his measure of grain to the temple, might sit for a moment on a low wall, watching the flow of people, unhurried, at peace with the rhythm that connected his work to the larger order of the universe. And so the market became both earthly and sacred, both practical and spiritual, a place where the needs of the body and the needs of the spirit met in the same space. To imagine walking through it is to feel that dual presence. On one side, a woman arranges dates on a mat. On another, a man examines a copper tool. But above all, in the background, the ziggurat rises, its shape cutting against the sky, reminding every eye that looks upon it that life was not random, that survival was not only human effort, but part of a balance guarded by the gods. To let your thoughts linger here is to imagine yourself moving slowly among these people, your senses filled with the softness of voices, the muted sounds of animals, and the faint echo of temple prayers. Nothing demands attention. Nothing rises sharply. All flows together in a harmony that is steady, endless, and gentle. And as the sun continues its climb, the market hums beneath the gaze of the temple, an ancient rhythm of trade and faith that carries both body and spirit quietly into the turning of time. While much of the Mesopotamian market was devoted to the ordinary and the necessary, the baskets of grain, the jars of oil, the bundles of reeds, the flocks of sheep, there were also rarer goods, objects that traveled from distant lands, carried across deserts and rivers, passed from hand to hand until they arrived in the quiet square of a small town. These items were not displayed with the fanfare of later ages. They were not lifted high, shouted about, or decorated with dazzling colors. Instead, they appeared quietly, laid upon a mat, their presence itself enough to draw the eyes of those who understood their rarity. Among these goods were stones, polished and smooth, their colors unlike the earth tones of the Mesopotamian plains. Lapis lazuli, deep blue and flecked with gold, had traveled far from the mountains of the east. To look upon it was to see a fragment of the heavens pressed into stone. Carnelian, warm and red, glowed softly in the sunlight. These stones were not common, and few could afford to buy them. But their presence spoke of the vast connections that stretched beyond the horizon, ties that linked one city to another, one people to another, in a slow web of trade. Beside the stones might be small bundles of incense, their fragrance subtle even in the open air. Frankincense and myrrh, carried from the lands of the south, offered a sweetness unlike the scent of grain or dates. They were valued not only for their aroma, but for their role in ritual, for they were burned in temples, rising in thin threads of smoke toward the gods. To purchase such incense was not to acquire luxury for oneself, but to provide an offering that connected the human with the divine. These items, though rare, were treated with the same calmness as sacks of barley. A man might sit by a small pile of stones or a bundle of resin, waiting patiently, not calling out, simply allowing the goods to speak for themselves. Those who came to inquire did so with measured words, for trade in rare items carried more weight, more care, and often more silence. There were also woods, smooth and dark, cut into lengths small enough to carry. Cedar, brought from distant mountains, was prized for its fragrance and for its strength. In a land where reeds and mud bricks shaped most houses, cedar was a treasure, used sparingly for temples, for important buildings, for furniture that was meant to last. Its scent lingered in the air, faint but steady, a reminder of forests far away, of lands most in the market would never see. Occasionally, traders brought metals rarer than copper. Small ingots of tin, precious and heavy, appeared from time to time, for tin mixed with copper created bronze, stronger and more enduring than either alone. These small bars of metal were guarded carefully, exchanged only with trust, for their value was far greater than grain or oil. To see such a trade was to witness not only an exchange of goods, but the shaping of future tools, weapons, and vessels that would outlast their makers. Yet even here, in the presence of such rarities, the market retained its calm. There was no rush, no frenzy of desire. A farmer might pause to look at a stone, to trace its surface with his finger before walking away. A potter might glance at a cedar beam, knowing it was beyond his means, but still admiring its grain. These objects added color to the market, not by creating noise or excitement, but by deepening the quiet awareness that the world was larger than any one town, that distant lands touched their lives in small but steady ways. To walk past these goods was to feel a faint stirring of wonder, but not in the way of sudden thrill. It was a slow wonder, the kind that lingered in the mind like the aftertaste of honey, gentle and persistent. Even the children, who could not own such treasures, looked upon them with wide eyes, their curiosity quiet, their questions whispered. They saw the stones and woods as pieces of stories, hints of a world that reached beyond their daily routine. And though they might not understand the paths these goods had traveled, they sensed their importance. And still the market flowed as before. The traders of rare items did not dominate, did not overwhelm. They were threads woven into the larger fabric, reminders that alongside the ordinary and the familiar, there was also the distant, the extraordinary, the mysterious. And in the calm rhythm of trade, these objects found their place, balanced against sacks of grain, jars of oil, and bundles of reeds. The people of Mesopotamia accepted them as part of the same order, neither idolizing nor dismissing them, but folding them gently into the slow pattern of life. To imagine walking past such a stall is to feel the air grow a little more fragrant, the colors a little more vivid, the sense of distance a little more present. Yet even as you notice, your steps remain slow, your breath steady, your mind calm. The rare becomes part of the ordinary, the distant becomes part of the near, and all of it blends into the hum of voices, the warmth of the sun, the endless turning of the market day. As the market day unfolded, one of the quiet pleasures that touched everyone who gathered was the simple presence of food, not only as goods for trade, but as nourishment shared among neighbors and travelers. The air itself seemed to hold the faint mingling of scents, subtle yet steady, weaving through the hum of voices and the shifting of animals. If one walked slowly along the stalls, the fragrances would change gently, never overwhelming, each carrying its own story of soil, season, and hand. There was the warm smell of freshly baked flatbread, carried from ovens near the market square, where women knelt patiently beside clay domes, pressing dough into thin rounds and slapping them against the heated surfaces. The bread crackled softly as it baked, releasing an aroma that drifted into the open air. It was a scent that spoke of home, of survival, of meals taken slowly at low tables with family gathered around. Beside it was the sweet presence of dates, piled in woven trays, their skins dark and shining. When broken open, they revealed sticky flesh, soft and rich, a natural sweetness that lingered on the tongue. Children often hovered near such stalls, not demanding but watching, their eyes following as their parents measured out small bundles, sometimes offering one fruit to a child whose patience had been long. There were also jars of honey, golden and thick, collected from hives carefully tended. When opened, they released a fragrance faint yet deep, a sweetness that promised not indulgence but quiet strength. For honey was valued as food, as medicine, as offering. To imagine tasting it is to imagine the slow spreading of warmth through the body, steady and calm. Grain dominated many stalls, not as cooked food, but as promise of countless meals to come. Sacks of barley and wheat, heavy and fragrant with the earthy scent of the fields, reminded all who passed that bread and porridge were never far, that survival rested on the patience of cultivation. Even the dust rising from the sacks carried a faint aroma, dry yet wholesome, like the memory of harvest itself. There were onions, sharp and pungent, their layers hidden beneath thin skins, to be used in stews that simmered slowly in clay pots. There were garlic bulbs, their scent stronger still, believed not only to flavor food but to strengthen the body. These smells mixed together gently, not clashing, but blending into a quiet chorus of the earth's gifts. Some stalls carried spices and herbs, though few and simple. Mustard seeds, small and round, carried a faint sharpness when crushed. Coriander, both leaf and seed, added its freshness. Mint grew along the rivers, and when dried or steeped, it lent a coolness to drink and meal alike. These were not luxuries, but reminders of the land's quiet variety, subtle touches that gave flavor without extravagance. Meat, though less common, was present in small stalls where butchers worked slowly, cutting portions from goats or sheep brought by shepherds. The smell of fresh meat was earthy, mingled with the bleating of animals nearby. It was not wasteful, for every part was used: flesh for meals, hides for clothing, bones for tools. To walk past such a stall was not to be disturbed, but to be reminded of life's cycle, accepted calmly, without excess. Near the edges of the market, one might find small fires tended by women who sold prepared food to travelers. A pot simmered with lentils, their earthy aroma rising with the steam. Another pot held stewed vegetables, flavored with onions, garlic, and herbs, the scent rich yet simple. Hungry visitors paused here, exchanging a small measure of grain or coin for a bowl of warmth. They ate slowly, seated on low stools or even on the ground, savoring each mouthful without hurry. The meal was not an event but a pause in the flow of the day, a reminder that even in the midst of trade, the body required its share of rest. Drinks, too, found their place. Jars of beer brewed from barley were offered in some corners, thick and nourishing, consumed not in haste, but in quiet gulps. It was not the beer of later times, sparkling or refined, but a hearty drink, closer to food than to luxury. Water, carried from wells and canals, was poured into clay cups, cool and plain, as necessary as breath. These simple offerings completed the rhythm of the market, turning it not only into a place of trade, but into a place of sustenance. To imagine wandering here is to let the scents drift over you one by one, never sharp, never demanding. The bread, the dates, the honey, the grain, the stews, the beer, all blending into a calm atmosphere where nothing shouted for attention. Each fragrance rose gently, lingered, and then gave way to another, just as conversations faded into murmurs, just as footsteps blended into silence. And as the sun climbed higher and the market continued its quiet flow, the presence of food reminded all who gathered that life was more than survival. It was also the sharing of taste, of nourishment, of warmth. The market was not only a place to provide for the future, but a place to pause in the present, to take in a meal, to breathe, to rest. And so, in the slow unfolding of scents and flavors, the Mesopotamian market became not only an exchange of goods, but an experience of calm, one that carried the body and the spirit together in steady rhythm, like the rivers that gave the land its life. If one were to close their eyes and simply listen, the market of Mesopotamia would unfold not only as a scene of sights and scents, but as a gentle chorus of sounds, layered softly upon one another, creating a rhythm that moved at the pace of human life. The first notes of this chorus began early, with the quiet shuffle of feet on packed earth as families arrived from the countryside, sandals pressing against the dust in steady cadence. Donkeys added their slow hooves, clopping in rhythm, sometimes shaking their heads with the soft jingling of harness rings. These sounds marked the beginning, subtle and low, as if announcing the market's awakening. As the stalls were set, the hum of human voices grew, never loud, never overwhelming, but blending like the low murmur of a distant stream. Traders called out their wares not with sharp cries, but with calm tones, repeating simple phrases again and again. Dates here, fresh and sweet. Barley weighed fairly. Oil pressed and pure. Their voices rose and faded gently, never straining above the steady background. To listen was to hear not competition, but rhythm. The repetition of words turning into something closer to chant, an echo of daily routine. The conversations between buyers and sellers were equally subdued. Words were exchanged slowly, often with pauses, as if silence itself carried meaning. "This jar of oil for that cloth?" a man might say. A pause, a nod, a reply. "Yes, that is fair." No shouting, no clashing, only the even tone of people who understood that the market was not a battlefield, but a meeting place, one that required patience. Over time, these countless small exchanges merged into a single soft hum, a sound without beginning or end, as if the air itself carried the voice of the community. Children's laughter threaded lightly through this hum. They did not shout wildly, but played in gentle bursts, their voices rising for a moment before dissolving into the background. A boy called softly to a friend. A girl giggled at a small game. Their tones were bright but never harsh, like the brief ringing of small bells. Nearby, animals added their notes. Sheep bleated now and then, their calls low and drawn out, fading into silence almost as soon as they began. Goats added sharper sounds, quick and short, like punctuation in the steady flow of voices. Donkeys brayed occasionally, louder than the rest, but even these cries did not shatter the calm. They were part of the expected rhythm, familiar, woven into the soundscape of every market day. From the stalls came other noises, equally gentle. The hollow clink of clay jars being set down upon wooden boards, the faint scraping of grain poured into bowls for weighing, the soft tearing sound of reeds woven together into mats. These were not abrupt or mechanical, but organic, small reminders that hands were always working, always shaping, always exchanging. At times, a faint metallic sound rang out as copper tools touched one another, a hammer striking lightly, a chisel moved aside. These tones, clear and bright, rose above the hum for a moment before dissolving back into it. The temple added its own layer of sound. From time to time, the chant of a priest drifted from the ziggurat steps, low and measured, carrying words that few stopped to interpret but all understood as presence. The rhythm of the chant blended with the murmur of trade, neither competing nor dominating, but reminding all who listened that the gods, too, were part of the day. Sometimes a small drum or reed flute sounded from the temple precinct, their tones long and drawn out, fading into the open air like threads of smoke rising from incense. These sounds did not break the calm, but deepened it, like distant echoes grounding the market in a larger order. Wind played its part as well. It rustled through the reed mats shading the stalls, creating a whispering undertone that shifted with each passing breeze. It carried voices gently from one side of the market to another, softening them, blending them, until no single word was distinct. The wind also moved dust across the ground, the faint hiss of grains against sandals, adding another texture to the soundscape. And so the market became a symphony without conductor, built not on sudden crescendos or sharp notes, but on endless repetition and subtle blending. Each sound rose, lingered, faded, and returned, like the steady breath of a sleeper. To listen long enough was to lose the distinction between one sound and another, to hear only the whole, a great hum of life unfolding slowly, patiently, without end. Imagine yourself seated at the edge of this market, eyes closed, ears open. At first you notice the separate layers, the voices, the animals, the tools, the breeze. But as time stretches, they merge into a single tone, a steady, soothing background that carries you deeper into stillness. The longer you remain, the less you hear the details, until at last the sound is no longer outside, but within, guiding you into calm, into silence, into rest. The Mesopotamian market was not a moment but a cycle, unfolding with the same steady rhythm as the rising and setting of the sun, beginning softly in the coolness of morning, reaching its quiet fullness at midday, and slowly fading as evening shadows stretched across the ground. To imagine its passage through time is to imagine life itself, measured not by clocks or bells, but by the slow turn of light and shadow, by the unhurried steps of people who had no need to rush, for the market would always return. At dawn, the market stirred gently as the first traders arrived, their footsteps soft, their animals calm, their voices low. The air was cool, the dust dampened by night, and the stalls were only half formed, mats being spread, baskets being arranged, jars being set in rows. The sounds were few, the movements careful, as if the market itself was waking slowly from sleep. Families who lived nearby came first, laying out their goods with patience, not expecting buyers immediately, but preparing as they had always done. The early hours carried a stillness, a kind of promise that the day ahead would unfold as all days before, steady and calm. As the sun climbed higher, the market settled into its heart. By mid-morning, the square was filled but not crowded, every stall open, every voice part of the low murmur that wrapped the town. The air grew warmer, the sense of bread, grain, and animals more pronounced, yet nothing pressed too strongly. People moved with ease, stopping to speak, to weigh, to trade, to greet. It was the time when the market was most alive, though alive in a quiet way, never urgent, never loud. To stand in the center at this hour was to feel surrounded by balance, the flow of goods and words passing evenly in all directions, as steady as the river beyond the town walls. Midday arrived slowly, the sun now high above, shadows short beneath the stalls. The warmth was stronger, and people moved a little more slowly, resting more often, speaking less, letting silence stretch between exchanges. Some paused to share a meal, sitting in small groups at the edge of the square, eating bread or lentils, drinking beer, or simply resting in the shade of a wall. Children grew quieter, lulled by the heat, their laughter soft and subdued. The animals too stood more still, their calls less frequent, as if the entire market had taken a deep breath and held it in quiet pause. Yet even here, the rhythm continued, unbroken. A jar of oil was traded, a sack of grain measured, a bundle of reeds tied. The flow did not stop, it only slowed, like a river in the heat of summer. As afternoon stretched, the sun began to lean westward, its light softer, its warmth gentler. Shadows grew longer, stretching slowly across the packed earth of the square, marking the gradual approach of evening. People began to finish their trades, not suddenly but naturally, as if guided by the light itself. Goods were fewer now, baskets lighter, sacks emptied, jars taken home or exchanged. The voices too thinned, their murmur fading as families prepared to return to their villages. Still there was no rush, no final call, no sharp ending. The market simply eased toward closure, each stall quieting in turn, each space emptying at its own pace. By late afternoon, the market was no longer full. Gaps opened where stalls had been, the hum of voices reduced to scattered conversations. Donkeys were led slowly away, their loads balanced once again on their backs. Sheep and goats were guided toward the roads, their bleats softer now, mingling with the sound of footsteps fading into distance. The air itself seemed quieter, filled less with the smell of trade and more with the faint scent of dust rising as stalls were folded, mats rolled, baskets lifted. Evening approached with calm inevitability, and as the last traders left, the square stood open once more, the earth bare, the silence deep. The temple still cast its shadow, but even this grew long and gentle, a reminder that the cycle had completed itself for the day. Nothing dramatic had ended it. Nothing loud had declared it finished. The market had simply folded back into the life of the community, to return again when the time was right. To imagine watching this cycle is to imagine time itself slowing, stretching, unfolding like the steady breath of a sleeper. Morning's cool promise, midday's quiet fullness, afternoon's soft fading, all blending into one rhythm, unbroken, eternal. And as the last light of the sun touched the ziggurat steps, the people of Mesopotamia walked homeward, their loads lighter, their hearts steady, carrying with them the knowledge that life would begin again tomorrow with the same calm, the same rhythm, the same peace. To rest in that rhythm is to let your own thoughts slow, your own breath deepen, your own mind drift into stillness, carried by the unchanging cycle of day and night, of gathering and returning, of life flowing gently without end. As the last traces of sunlight faded beyond the horizon, the memory of the market lingered quietly in the hearts of those who had walked its paths. Though the stalls had been packed away and the voices silenced, the rhythm of the day did not vanish. It remained, woven into the land, into the people, into the very air that hung softly above the river plains. To think of the Mesopotamian market is not only to think of goods and trade, but to think of a cycle that repeated endlessly, a circle of preparation, gathering, sharing, and dispersing that shaped the community as surely as the rivers shaped the soil. The market was never an event of surprise, never a spectacle, never a rush. It was the gentle heartbeat of daily life, steady and predictable, a reminder that survival depended not on sudden change, but on slow repetition. Each family carried their part, each person fulfilled their role, and together they created something larger than themselves, a living rhythm that connected them to neighbors, to ancestors, to the gods, and to the land itself. When we look back from this distance in time, it is tempting to imagine great moments, dramatic exchanges, or loud scenes, but the truth is softer. The greatness of the Mesopotamian market lay in its very ordinariness, in the endless repetition of the same gestures, the same words, the same movements of hands passing grain, of feet walking dusty roads, of voices rising and falling in calm cadence. It was not a place of noise, but of continuity. It was not a stage of spectacle, but a foundation of life. And perhaps that is why it is worth remembering, because it reminds us that human existence is not built only on moments of excitement, but on the steady flow of days that seem almost the same, yet carry the weight of survival and the quiet dignity of persistence. Imagine, if you will, the market square after sunset. The earth is bare again, the mats rolled away, the baskets carried home. The only sounds are the faint rustle of the wind and the distant call of animals settling for the night. The ziggurat stands in silence, its shape dark against the sky now filled with stars. The same stars that looked down upon those ancient traders still look down upon us now, unblinking, eternal. In that stillness, the memory of the day remains, not sharp, not urgent, but gentle, like a fading echo. The market will return with the dawn, and then again after that, and again without end, just as the rivers will flow, just as the seasons will turn. To rest in this thought is to rest in the comfort of repetition, the reassurance that life moves forward, not in leaps but in steps, not in shouts but in murmurs. The Mesopotamian market, with its slow rhythms, its soft sounds, its sense of bread and grain, its quiet exchanges of trust, was not only a gathering of goods, but a gathering of time itself, a pattern that bound people to each other and to the world around them. And so, as you allow your thoughts to drift further into silence, imagine yourself as part of that rhythm. You walk among the stalls, you hear the murmurs, you feel the warmth of the sun and the softness of the dust beneath your feet. Then slowly, as the day ends, you return homeward with your basket lightened, your body tired, your heart steady. The cycle is complete, the market has closed, and the night has welcomed you into rest. Nothing more is needed, nothing more is asked, only the acceptance of calm, of continuity, of the eternal rhythm that carries all things. Let this thought guide you now into your own stillness, into your own night, into the sleep that waits quietly, patiently, like the market itself, always returning, always unfolding, always at peace. That is the end of our story for tonight. Before we move on to the next journey, I kindly ask you to give this video a like. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel so you can always return here to rest. Now, let us continue with the next tale in our Boring History for Sleep series, and step quietly into the silent work of Egyptian scribes. In the land where the Nile flowed with steady patience, carrying life to fields that stretched green against the desert, there existed a group of men whose labor was unlike the toil of farmers or the craft of builders. Their work was not measured in sweat of the body, but in the silence of the mind, in the careful motion of a reed pen across smooth sheets of papyrus. These were the scribes of ancient Egypt, men entrusted with the recording of words, numbers, prayers, decrees, and stories, and their presence shaped the very foundation of one of the world's earliest civilizations. To imagine their life is to step into a world of quiet dedication, where days unfolded not in shouts or noise, but in the stillness of writing halls filled with the faint scratch of ink. In the early morning, before the sun grew strong, a scribe would sit at his place, papyrus laid neatly before him, a small palette of ink at his side, one color black for ordinary script, and another red for headings or divine names. His reed pen, cut carefully to a sharp point, was dipped into water and ink, pressed lightly onto the surface. Each stroke was deliberate, steady, repeated countless times until the hand no longer trembled and the letters flowed with even rhythm. This was not the work of speed, but of precision, for a single error could alter the meaning of a prayer, the record of a harvest, or the decree of a king. To be a scribe was to be part of a long chain of tradition. The training began in youth, often within the walls of temple schools, where boys repeated symbols again and again until they were etched into memory. The teachers were stern, the lessons demanding, but the reward was a life free from the heavy labor of the fields. "The reed pen is better than the plow," one old proverb declared, for the farmer bent his back beneath the sun, but the scribe sat in the shade, shaping words that would outlast both farmer and harvest. This saying was not boastful but practical, a reminder that knowledge was itself a tool of survival. Within the walls of the temple or the palace, the scribes carried their silent authority. They wrote the hymns sung to the gods, ensuring that rituals were performed with accuracy. They recorded the offerings brought to shrines, the grain stored in granaries, the taxes owed to the crown. They kept lists of names, lists of goods, lists of time itself, for to write was to control memory, and to control memory was to preserve order. Their silence was powerful, for without their records, chaos might spread, debts forgotten, rituals lost, justice unmeasured. And yet their work was calm, unhurried, steady as the Nile. To imagine the hall of scribes is to imagine rows of men seated cross-legged on mats, each with his papyrus before him, each bent slightly forward in concentration. The only sounds were the faint strokes of reeds, the soft tapping as pens were sharpened, the murmur of low voices when instruction was given. Outside, the world might be noisy with markets, with fields, with construction of temples and tombs, but within these walls there was only the stillness of thought made visible through ink. The scribes were not kings, nor priests of highest rank, but they were essential, and they knew it. Their quiet labor made it possible for orders to be carried across the kingdom, for the weight of grain to be known, for the voice of the dead to be preserved in prayers written upon tomb walls. To write was to give permanence to life, to hold fleeting moments against the erosion of time. Each character drawn on papyrus was both fragile and enduring, as delicate as a reed and as lasting as stone when copied, repeated, and remembered. In their own way, the scribes created immortality. As the morning passed into midday, a scribe would continue his work without haste. He dipped his reed again, lifted it carefully, guided it across the page in measured strokes. When fatigue came, he paused, not to abandon the task, but to rest the hand before continuing. There was no urgency, no demand for speed, only the expectation of accuracy and steadiness. To read their records today is to glimpse not only the events of kings and temples, but the daily lives of ordinary people, accounts of debts, of marriages, of disputes settled, of fields divided. All were given permanence through the silent hands of scribes who remained nameless themselves, their identity hidden behind the words they wrote. And so the silent work of Egyptian scribes endured, calm, patient, unbroken, a rhythm of ink and thought that carried the weight of civilization. To imagine their presence is to feel your own thoughts slow, your own breath steady, as if the careful motion of their reed pens had found its way into your own rhythm, guiding you gently into stillness. To understand the life of the Egyptian scribe, one must first imagine the long and patient path of training that began in childhood and stretched across years of discipline. A boy chosen for this life would leave behind the plow, the loom, or the herd, and step into the quiet world of temple schools, where the walls were lined not with tools of farming, but with symbols etched in plaster, waiting to be copied again and again. The school was not a place of laughter or play, but of repetition, where silence was broken only by the stern voice of a teacher and the scratch of reed pens against shards of broken pottery or sheets of papyrus reserved for more advanced students. The first task was not the creation of grand texts or sacred hymns, but the simple tracing of lines, straight and curved, repeated until the hand no longer shook. Then came the memorization of hieroglyphs, each one a picture, a symbol, a sound, learned by heart until the student could write them without hesitation. Hours were spent copying the same character dozens of times, not in pursuit of beauty, but of steadiness, for a scribe's worth was measured by his precision. The body learned to sit for long periods without shifting. The hand learned to guide the reed without trembling. The mind learned to focus upon the smallest detail without wandering. To be a student scribe was to learn patience in its purest form. Teachers were stern, often harsh, for mistakes were not tolerated lightly. An error in a sacred prayer or a royal decree could not be excused, and so the training demanded perfection. Punishments were not rare, for discipline was considered necessary to shape both the hand and the spirit. The student grew accustomed to long hours, to stiff legs, to aching fingers, yet he also grew into the rhythm of the work, finding within the silence a kind of order, a calm that came from repetition itself. Slowly, over years, the symbols grew familiar, the hands grew steady, and the boy transformed into a young man capable of writing with clarity. He began to copy longer texts, lists of goods, names of kings, hymns to the gods. At first, he worked under supervision, his teacher correcting each line, each curve, each stroke of ink. But as his skill grew, so did his independence. He was trusted to copy entire passages without correction, his work standing on its own. This progression was not sudden, but gradual, measured in years rather than days, for mastery came only through endurance. Alongside writing, the student learned mathematics, for a scribe was not only a writer, but a keeper of accounts. He learned to measure grain, to calculate taxes, to divide land. Numbers flowed into symbols, and symbols into meaning, until he could record with accuracy the wealth of fields and the offerings of temples. The student also learned to listen, for scribes were often called to witness agreements or disputes, to record them faithfully without bias. His training was not only of the hand, but of the character, teaching him to be steady, fair, and trustworthy. The temple school was his world, its walls enclosing him in a life of order. Outside, children might chase one another in the dust, but inside the student bent over his work, repeating lines under the watchful eye of his teacher. Days turned into months, months into years, and the training became a rhythm as steady as the Nile. Each morning began the same way, each task repeated, until the routine itself became a second nature, an extension of the self. For those who endured, the reward was significant. To graduate from the school of scribes was to step into a life of status above that of common laborers. The scribe would not toil beneath the burning sun, nor bend his back to the plow. He would instead sit in shade, his hands guiding words that carried the weight of law, faith, and memory. But such reward was distant at the beginning. For the student, the present was repetition, the endless copying of symbols, the steady training of body and mind. And yet, within this monotony lay the seed of permanence. For without the patience of these young learners, the knowledge of Egypt would not survive. Every carved wall, every papyrus scroll, every record of kings and gods depended on the long years of silent practice in these schools. To imagine this training is to imagine stillness filled with quiet motion, the hand repeating strokes until the mind drifts into calm. The student sits, the teacher watches, the symbols are copied, and time itself seems to blur. In this way, the scribe was shaped, not in sudden moments, but in countless hours of silent work, the same work that would carry him through life, steady, patient, unbroken. When the long years of training were complete and a student had proven his skill, he stepped into the life of a scribe, and with that transition came both privilege and responsibility. His days no longer belonged to the stern discipline of the school, yet they remained bound by the rhythm of writing, for the life of a scribe was shaped by routine as steady as the flow of the Nile. Each morning he entered the halls of the temple or the chambers of the palace, where light filtered softly through high windows or open courtyards. The air was cooler than outside, the thick stone walls shielding him from the heat. And within this quiet space, he took his place among others of his profession. He sat cross-legged on a woven mat, his tools laid carefully before him. A reed pen sharpened to a fine point, a small wooden palette with cakes of black and red ink, a vessel of water, and smooth sheets of papyrus rolled neatly to the side. The work began without fanfare, without command, for each man knew his duty. The silence was not absolute, but filled with the faint scratches of pens, the occasional soft cough, the murmured instruction of a senior scribe to a younger apprentice. This sound was not noise but rhythm, steady and calming, the heartbeat of their labor. The scribe's tasks were varied, yet all were essential to the life of Egypt. He might spend hours recording the grain collected from a region, marking carefully the amounts owed to the temple or the crown. He might list the laborers assigned to a project, noting their names, their rations, their days of service. He might copy hymns to the gods, ensuring that each word was preserved exactly, for to alter a prayer was to risk disturbing the order of the universe. At times he was called to write decrees of the king, words that would be read aloud in distant towns, carrying the authority of Pharaoh to places the ruler himself might never see. In each case, the scribe's pen gave permanence to power, turning spoken commands into written truth. The daily life of the scribe was not hurried, yet it was full. Hours passed in stillness, his hand moving steadily across papyrus, his eyes fixed upon the line. Breaks came, but even these were quiet, taken in shaded courtyards where he might share bread or figs with fellow scribes, speaking in low tones, resting his hand before returning to work. There was little drama in his day, but there was dignity, for he knew that without his records, the kingdom itself could not stand. The farmer might grow the grain, the mason might build the walls, the soldier might guard the borders, but it was the scribe who preserved their labor in words, ensuring that nothing was lost, that all was remembered. In the temple, the scribe's role was deeply sacred. He copied rituals onto papyrus, inscribed prayers upon tomb walls, and preserved the wisdom of the gods in written form. His work was part of the bridge between the human and the divine, and though he spoke little, his pen carried voices that reached into eternity. To sit in such a role was to feel the weight of time itself, for the scribe's words outlived his own body, enduring long after his voice was silent. Yet even with such importance, the scribe lived simply. His status raised him above common laborers, freeing him from the hardship of the fields, but it did not make him wealthy like nobles, or powerful like priests of high rank. He dressed in plain linen, ate modest meals, and returned home each evening to a household quiet and unremarkable. His reward was not riches, but stability, not fame, but permanence. He knew that his name might never be remembered, yet the words he wrote would carry forward, speaking for him across generations. To imagine his life is to see the calm repetition of days, each blending into the next, each filled with the same motions of hand and pen, each leaving behind marks that shaped the memory of a civilization. He did not seek change, for change was not his duty. His duty was to preserve, to record, to ensure that life continued in order, unbroken. And so he lived in silence, in patience, in the quiet certainty that his labor mattered, even if it was never celebrated. To step into his daily world is to feel your own mind grow quiet, to sense the stillness of a hall filled with the faint scratches of pens, to breathe in the calm of work. Done not in haste, but in steady rhythm. And in that rhythm, one finds peace. A peace as enduring as the words carved into stone, as lasting as the ink pressed onto papyrus, as silent as the work of the scribes who carried Egypt's memory across the ages. To see the Egyptian scribe within his society is to see not a figure isolated in his chamber, but one quietly interwoven with every layer of life. His pen connected him to the farmer in the fields, the builder on the scaffolding, the priest in the temple, and the official in the palace. Though his work was silent, its reach extended everywhere, shaping how people lived, how they were remembered, and how the great machine of Egypt continued to move forward in balance. When the harvest came and fields along the Nile turned golden, it was the scribe who walked among the farmers, recording the measure of grain owed as tax. He did not lift the sickle or bind the sheaves, yet he stood in the sun with his papyrus, noting numbers that determined how much would be sent to granaries and how much would remain for the family. To the farmer, the scribe was both witness and judge, a figure who ensured fairness, yet also represented the demands of the crown. The farmer might toil with sweat upon his brow, while the scribe's linen remained clean, yet each depended upon the other, for without the scribe's records, the farmer's labor might be lost or unacknowledged. And without the farmer's toil, the scribe's ink would have nothing to measure. In the temples, the relationship was different. Here, the scribe was a servant of the divine order, working beside priests who conducted rituals and offered prayers. While the priests spoke words aloud, burned incense, and poured libations, the scribe wrote quietly, ensuring that the ritual's details were preserved for generations. He recorded the names of donors, the lists of offerings, the dates of festivals, the hymns sung in honor of the gods. Without his pen, the words might fade into memory and be lost, but with his pen, they became eternal. To the priests, the scribe was a trusted ally, one who ensured that the gods were honored not only in voice, but in written permanence. Among officials of the palace, the scribe's role was both practical and political. He stood beside overseers when laborers built canals, temples, and tombs, keeping track of how many men worked, how many days were given, how many rations distributed. He recorded decrees that spread Pharaoh's will, words that carried authority far beyond the walls of the palace. To the official, the scribe was an instrument of power, a man whose ink transformed command into record, ensuring obedience across the land. Yet even here, the scribe remained modest, his presence quiet, his role less about glory and more about precision. With soldiers too, the scribe had ties, though indirect. When campaigns were waged or defenses prepared, scribes counted supplies, listed weapons, and recorded the names of those who served. The warrior might fight with spear and shield, but the scribe gave the battle memory, preserving numbers and names so that victory or loss was never forgotten. Thus, the scribe's influence stretched even into the dust of war, though his own hands never raised a weapon. To the common people, the scribe was sometimes distant, sometimes feared, sometimes respected. He was not one of them, yet he was never wholly apart. They saw him arrive to tally grain, to witness agreements, to settle disputes with written records. His presence gave authority, for words written carried weight greater than words spoken. A farmer might claim his boundary, a merchant his debt. But without the scribe's ink, their words could vanish like air. With ink, they endured. This gave the scribe power, though he rarely wielded it with force. His strength was in neutrality, in the calm application of his craft. And yet, despite his elevated role, the scribe lived humbly compared to nobles. He ate bread, onions, fish, and figs much like others. He dressed in simple linen, clean but unadorned. He was respected but not celebrated, important but not exalted. His reward was security, stability, and the quiet knowledge that his work mattered. His legacy was not his own name, but the countless names he preserved, not his own story, but the stories he recorded. To imagine these relationships is to see the scribe as thread in a vast fabric. Each strand of society, farmer, priest, official, soldier, was bound together by his pen. He did not shout, he did not command, he did not fight. But without him, the structure might fray, the memory might fade, the order might dissolve. And so he moved among them quietly, his reed pen in hand, his eyes steady, his work unbroken. To picture him is to picture balance itself, silent yet enduring, unnoticed yet essential. And as you let your thoughts rest on this figure, you begin to feel the calm of his presence, the patience of his task, the quiet dignity of work that shaped a civilization without noise, without haste, only with the steady rhythm of ink upon papyrus. To understand the true weight of the scribe's work, one must look beyond the daily records of grain, taxes, and labor, and into the realm of memory itself. For it was the scribes who gave Egypt its history, who carried the voices of the dead across centuries, who preserved prayers and stories so they would never vanish. Without the silent strokes of their pens, the tomb walls would be mute stone, the temples would hold only rituals without words, and the names of kings would fade into dust. With their ink, life was extended, and time was resisted. In the quiet halls of the necropolis, where tombs were carved into rock or built as houses for eternity, scribes bent over papyrus scrolls and stone surfaces alike, recording the spells of the Book of the Dead, prayers that guided the soul through the underworld, instructions for crossing rivers of darkness and standing before the judgment of Osiris. Each word had to be written with care, for error was unthinkable, a risk that could doom the spirit of the deceased. The scribe worked slowly, copying the same lines countless times, ensuring that no stroke was out of place, that each sign was clear, steady, and faithful to tradition. These texts were not for the living, but for the eternal, meant to last as long as stone itself. And so the scribe's quiet labor became the bridge between worlds, carrying human hope into the realm of the gods. On temple walls, too, the scribe's work left its mark. Hieroglyphs carved deeply into stone began first as ink drawn by the steady hand of a scribe, guiding the chisel of the mason. Every great temple, every monument covered with lines of sacred script, began in the silence of the scribe's chamber, where papyrus bore the first draft of eternity. To walk among the ruins of Egypt today is to walk among the echoes of their pens, for behind every inscription lies the unseen hand of a man who sat in silence, copying symbols with patience, never knowing that his work would endure for thousands of years. In palaces, the scribes recorded the deeds of kings, victories in battle, treaties with foreign lands, lists of tribute received, gifts given to temples. All were pressed into clay or inscribed upon papyrus. The pharaoh spoke, the general reported, the messenger carried words, but the scribe made them permanent. Without him, the words would vanish with the air, but with him, they became the framework of history, the record that allowed one generation to speak to the next. The scribe was not the author of glory, but he was its keeper, ensuring that kings lived beyond their lifetimes, remembered in ink even when their bodies returned to dust. The work of memory extended into law and justice as well. Scribes recorded disputes, settlements, decrees of officials, and judgments of courts. These records gave order to society, preventing chaos, ensuring fairness, holding men accountable to words that could not be forgotten. In this way, the scribe became the guardian of truth, not in the sense of deciding it, but in the sense of preserving it. Truth spoken might fade or be denied, but truth written endured. And in this endurance lay the stability of Egypt itself. Yet for all this weight, the scribe's labor remained humble, almost invisible. His name was rarely recorded, his figure seldom celebrated, his presence hidden behind the words of others. The kings were remembered, the priests revered, the generals honored, but the scribes remained shadows, known only by the traces of their pens. Still, it was their silence that made the voices of others eternal. They asked for no recognition, for their purpose was not fame, but preservation. To imagine the work of memory is to imagine endless hours of repetition. The scribe bends forward, his reed dipped into ink, his hand steady as he copies a passage line by line. Around him, the chamber is still, lit by faint shafts of sunlight, cooled by stone walls. He writes not for himself, not for the moment, but for time itself. Each word is a gift to the future, a defense against forgetting, a promise that life will endure beyond death. In this way, the silent work of the scribe became the foundation of Egypt's greatness. The pyramids might rise toward the sky, but without words they would be only stone. The temples might fill with incense, but without writing their prayers would fade with the smoke. The kings might rule with power, but without records their reigns would vanish like footprints in sand. It was the scribes who made all of this eternal, their pens carving memory as deeply as chisels carved stone. And as you reflect upon this, you begin to sense the calm power of their silence, the patience of their work, the quiet endurance of ink against time. To let this image rest in your mind is to feel your own thoughts soften, your own breath slow, as if you too were part of that rhythm, steady, unbroken, eternal. To imagine the life of an Egyptian scribe is also to imagine the tools that made his work possible, for the reed pen, the ink palette, the sheets of papyrus, and the spaces where he sat all carried their own quiet significance. These objects were not grand or decorated, yet they held power greater than gold or jewels, for with them the scribe shaped memory, law, prayer, and history itself. His reed pen began as a simple stalk cut from the banks of the Nile. Carefully sharpened to a fine point, it was both fragile and enduring, for though it might wear down quickly, it could be reshaped again and again with a sharp knife until it was fit for use. The reed pen was an extension of the scribe's hand, the channel through which thought flowed into word, and its scratch against papyrus was the sound of civilization recording itself. Ink was prepared with equal care. Black was made from soot mixed with water and bound with gum. Dark and steady, the ink of daily life, of accounts, of ordinary words. Red was created from ochre, brighter, reserved for titles, for sacred names, for emphasis that gave weight to certain phrases. The scribe's palette, often carved from wood or stone, held two small depressions for these colors, along with a groove for resting the reed pens. Simple as it was, this palette symbolized the profession itself, a badge of identity as much as a tool, for to carry one was to be recognized as a man of knowledge and writing. Papyrus, the surface upon which the scribe worked, was a gift of the Nile, made from the tall stalks that grew thickly in its marshes. Cut, soaked, pressed, and dried, it became sheets smooth and pale, ready to receive ink. Each sheet carried the labor of preparation, and though fragile compared to stone, papyrus was light, flexible, and portable, allowing words to travel far beyond the moment of their writing. Rolls of papyrus could be stored in libraries, carried to distant towns, or placed within tombs, ensuring that knowledge, law, and ritual accompanied both the living and the dead. The space of the scribe was modest, yet it carried an atmosphere of stillness. Whether in a temple chamber, a palace office, or a small storeroom near a granary, the environment was arranged for concentration. Light filtered through narrow openings, illuminating the papyrus without glare. The walls, cool and heavy, muffled sound, so that only the faint strokes of reeds and the low murmur of voices could be heard. The floor was plain, the mat simple, for the dignity of the scribe came not from surroundings, but from the permanence of his work. In larger centers, collections of papyrus were stored in chests or on shelves, forming the earliest libraries, where generations of scribes could consult earlier records, copy texts, and preserve the wisdom of the past. To walk into such a space was to step into a living memory, the air filled not with noise, but with the presence of countless voices pressed into ink, waiting to be read again. Each tool and material carried ritual as well as function. To sharpen a reed was to prepare the mind, to dip it into ink was to begin the act of creation. To unroll a sheet of papyrus was to open the space where words could live. The process was slow, deliberate, unhurried, for haste risked error, and error risked meaning. And so every stroke of ink was guided by patience, every mark shaped by care. The scribe's work was not glamorous, but it was enduring, and his tools, humble as they were, became the instruments of permanence. To imagine sitting with these tools is to imagine a world where time slowed, where silence was filled with the faint movements of hand and reed, where each mark carried the weight of continuity. The tools were simple, but in their simplicity lay their strength, for they endured across centuries, unchanged, constant, faithful to their purpose. And as the scribe sat among them, hour after hour, day after day, his life blended with theirs, steady, quiet, and eternal. Beyond the daily records of grain tallies and temple offerings, the work of Egyptian scribes reached into the vast chambers of preservation, where libraries and archives gathered the written memory of generations. These places were not bustling halls filled with noise or debate, but quiet storerooms and chambers where papyrus scrolls rested in wooden chests or on shelves, protected from the harsh air of the desert, waiting patiently for hands to unroll them again. To imagine such a space is to imagine stillness, the faint smell of dried papyrus mingling with dust, the silence broken only by the soft rustle of a scroll being opened, or the steady scratch of a reed pen copying its lines. Within these archives, knowledge was not fleeting but accumulated, growing slowly, layer upon layer, as each generation of scribes added its work to the store of memory. There were lists of kings stretching back centuries, hymns copied from temples long fallen, records of floods and harvests, medical texts describing remedies and procedures, mathematical treatises with calculations of fields and volumes, and stories told not for command, but for delight, tales of gods, of animals, of wise men and fools. To walk among these scrolls was to walk among centuries, to feel the presence of voices long silent yet still alive in ink. The library was not only a place of preservation, but also of instruction. Younger scribes came here to study, to copy older works, to learn the style and precision of their predecessors. The act of copying was not only practice, but continuity, ensuring that even as papyrus aged and decayed, the words would survive through replication. Each text was both fragile and enduring, vulnerable to time, but rescued by patience. The scribe became not only the recorder of the present, but the guardian of the past, his hand carrying forward wisdom that would otherwise be lost. In these archives, knowledge did not exist for its own sake alone, but for the functioning of Egypt itself. Medical texts ensured that physicians had guidance, astronomical records helped priests track the stars and predict the flooding of the Nile. Legal documents provided consistency for justice, and agricultural lists preserved the balance of supply and demand. Without the archive, memory would fade, and with it the structure of society. But with it, Egypt held a thread of order that stretched across generations, binding the present to the past. The scribes who tended these collections did so with quiet care. They checked the condition of scrolls, rewrote fading texts, and kept records of what was stored and where. They worked not in haste but in rhythm, moving slowly among the shelves, selecting, unrolling, copying, rolling again, placing gently back into its chest. To them, the library was not only a storehouse, but a temple of knowledge, each scroll a sacred object, each word a fragment of eternity. It was in such places that scribes also encountered the weight of humility. They copied works far older than themselves, written by men whose names were forgotten, yet whose words still endured. They knew that one day their own writings might be copied by future hands, their names lost but their marks preserved, part of a chain unbroken across centuries. This awareness bound them to time itself, giving their silent work a dignity beyond immediate recognition. To picture such a library is to picture a space of deep calm. The walls are lined with wooden shelves. The air is dim and cool, and the scribes move slowly, their linen garments whispering as they pass. The reed pens scratch softly, the papyrus crackles faintly as it is unrolled and rolled again. No loud voices disturb this silence, for the work requires concentration, and the work itself is sacred. To linger in this atmosphere is to feel your own breath slow, your own thoughts quiet, as if you too were moving among the scrolls, touching the fragile yet enduring memory of a civilization. And as night falls outside, the scrolls remain, resting silently in their places, carrying within them the weight of countless lives, countless labors, countless prayers. The scribes who guarded them may be long gone, but their presence lingers in every mark of ink, every line of text, every preserved story. In this way, the library was not only a collection, but a living thread, binding the dead to the living, the past to the future, through the silent patience of the scribes. The scribes of Egypt were not only recorders of taxes, decrees, and prayers, they were also keepers of specialized knowledge that reached into the realms of medicine, mathematics, and astronomy, areas where precision and memory shaped the survival of a civilization. Their silent pens carried formulas, remedies, and observations that allowed Egypt to measure its fields, heal its people, and read the movements of the heavens. In the practice of medicine, scribes worked beside physicians, recording remedies that had been gathered through generations of trial and observation. They wrote recipes for mixtures of honey, herbs, and resins to treat wounds, lists of poultices to soothe burns, incantations to accompany healing, and careful notes on symptoms and treatments. The Ebers Papyrus, a vast scroll of medical wisdom, was not the work of a single hand, but the accumulation of many scribes who copied and recopied remedies so that they would not be forgotten. In this way, scribes were guardians of health, preserving knowledge that gave comfort to the sick and guidance to the healer. Without their words, the wisdom of one generation would have vanished with its death. But with their ink it endured, moving forward silently into the lives of those yet to be born. In mathematics, the scribe's role was equally vital. Egypt's prosperity depended on the Nile's yearly flood, which changed the boundaries of fields and erased markers of land. It was the scribes who measured anew, who calculated boundaries with ropes and numbers, who recorded areas so that each farmer's portion could be returned fairly. They wrote multiplication tables, divisions, and fractions, recording solutions to problems that guided the work of surveyors and overseers. In documents such as the Rhind mathematical papyrus, we see not the brilliance of a single mind, but the patient copying of countless scribes who ensured that rules of calculation were passed on. These numbers did not serve abstract curiosity. They served bread, order, and survival. To calculate the bricks for a pall, the rations for workers, the volume of grain in a granary. These were the tasks that gave meaning to mathematics, and without scribes they would have slipped into uncertainty. The sky, too, was within the scribe's domain. Astronomy was not studied for wonder alone, but for necessity, for the rhythm of stars and the rising of Sirius foretold the flooding of the Nile. Scribes observed, recorded, and preserved these patterns, writing down tables of star risings, calendars of lunar months, and guides for priests who aligned temples with celestial bodies. Their notes gave order to festivals, ensured that rituals matched cosmic rhythms, and allowed farmers to anticipate the swelling of the river. The temple walls carried great astronomical ceilings, stars and constellations painted for eternity. But before they were carved in stone, they lived in ink, shaped by the hands of scribes who copied the heavens patiently onto papyrus. These branches of knowledge, medicine, mathematics, astronomy, were not separate in the mind of the scribe, but woven into the same fabric of duty. He did not seek discovery for its own sake. He sought preservation, the passing of knowledge so that Egypt could endure. Each remedy recorded, each number calculated, each star noted, became another thread in the great tapestry of continuity that bound Egypt together. And yet, for all their breadth, the scribes worked in the same rhythm as always, seated quietly, reed pen in hand, ink upon papyrus, copying slowly, carefully, without hurry. Their role was not to dazzle with brilliance, but to maintain with steadiness. They were the silent keepers of wisdom, ensuring that no lesson was lost, that no calculation was forgotten, that no observation was erased by time. To picture this is to imagine the scribe bent forward in a dim chamber, unrolling a papyrus filled with lists of remedies or numbers, copying each line with patience. Outside, the Nile flows, the sun burns, the fields grow, but inside, the scribe preserves order with ink, ensuring that life continues without break. To let your thoughts linger here is to feel the calm of his work, the slow endurance of knowledge carried across centuries, the peace of continuity that does not shout but whispers, steady, eternal. If the work of scribes preserved medicine, numbers, and prayers, it was in their relationship with Pharaoh and the machinery of government that their role reached its most visible power, for they were the ones who carried royal words into permanence, transforming fleeting commands into enduring decrees. To imagine Egypt without its scribes is to imagine a kingdom where the voice of the king vanished with the wind, where orders could not travel beyond the walls of the palace, where law itself would dissolve into uncertainty. With scribes, the voice of Pharaoh stretched from the delta to the cataracts, from the edge of the desert to the mouth of the sea, steady and unbroken. In the grand halls of the palace, the pharaoh might speak his will surrounded by courtiers and priests, but once spoken, it was the scribes who set down the words in ink, precise and unchanging. These decrees were then copied, carried by messengers, read aloud in villages, carved upon stelae, and placed in temples. The scribe's hand ensured that what Pharaoh commanded in a single moment became truth for years, for decades, even for centuries. In this way, the scribe was not only a recorder, but an instrument of power, turning speech into order, thought into law. The scribes also recorded the wealth of the kingdom, maintaining endless lists of tribute received from conquered lands, of gold brought from Nubia, of cedar from Lebanon, of lapis from the east. These lists were not for curiosity, but for control, ensuring that the resources of Egypt were known, guarded, and used according to royal design. When envoys returned with gifts, the scribe was there to tally. When merchants arrived with caravans, the scribe was there to list. When generals came back from campaigns, the scribe recorded prisoners, spoils, and victories. Without the scribe, Egypt might have expanded, but it could not have remembered its expansion. Without his ink, the victories of Pharaoh would vanish as soon as they were won. Justice, too, depended upon the scribe. In courts where disputes were heard, the scribe sat quietly, recording testimonies, judgments, and decrees. The official might declare, the judge might decide, but the scribe gave permanence. His words prevented disputes from returning, for once written, the matter was closed. In this way, the scribe became the unseen foundation of order, less visible than the judge, less powerful than the official, but more enduring than either. Even Pharaoh himself depended upon the quiet endurance of his scribes. The king might claim divinity, his statues might rise to the heavens, but without the pen, his name would not travel. His reign would not be remembered. His power would fade when his voice grew silent. The scribe was the keeper of royal immortality, ensuring that the king's deeds were carved in stone, painted on walls, inscribed in papyrus, carried forward across time. Many kings rose and fell, their bodies buried, their palaces gone, but their names endure today only because of the scribes who recorded them in steady ink. And yet the scribes did not seek to claim this power for themselves. They remained in the background, their role humble in appearance, their labor repetitive, their recognition minimal. They were not generals leading armies, not priests commanding rituals, not kings adorned in crowns. They were men seated cross-legged, reed in hand, ink before them, shaping words that carried the strength of Egypt itself. Their silence was not weakness but strength, for it was their quiet work that bound the state together, that allowed the crown to govern a land so vast. To imagine the scribes beside Pharaoh is to imagine balance, the ruler standing tall, speaking commands, embodying power, and beside him the scribe, small and quiet, but with the pen that ensured power lasted beyond the voice. Without the one, the other would fade. Together they endured. And as you let your thoughts rest upon this image, you begin to see how the silent work of scribes was as essential to Egypt's greatness as the pyramids, as the temples, as the armies. Their words carried the breath of Pharaoh across the centuries. Their ink preserved the shape of his reign. Their silence ensured his immortality. As the story of the Egyptian scribes draws to its close, it becomes clear that their legacy was not measured in fame, monuments, or wealth, but in the quiet endurance of ink across centuries. Their hands left behind no statues of themselves, no golden masks, no vast tombs, yet their presence lingers more powerfully than kings or generals, for it is through their work that we know of Egypt at all. Without their lines of hieroglyphs carved into stone, without their rolls of papyrus carefully stored in chests, without their endless copying of names, prayers, and lists, the voices of a civilization would be lost to silence. To think of them is to think of patience itself. For every page of papyrus was the result of countless hours of labor, each symbol written slowly, carefully, one after another, until the scroll was filled. There was no applause, no cheering crowd, no celebration at the completion of a text. There was only the quiet satisfaction of a task fulfilled, the knowledge that words now carried the weight of permanence. Day after day, year after year, generation after generation, scribes sat in silence, repeating the same motions, their reed pens tracing the same patterns, their ink carrying forward the same prayers and decrees. In that repetition lay their strength. They were not inventors of greatness, but preservers of it, ensuring that what was spoken did not fade, that what was lived did not vanish, that what was believed did not dissolve into dust. And in their silence they shaped eternity. The pyramids may crumble, temples may fall, dynasties may fade, yet the written words endure, carried in fragments of papyrus, etched in tombs, painted upon walls. These words are the whisper of the scribes, the silent echo of their patient labor, reaching across millennia to us who read them now. Their legacy is not loud, but steady, not celebrated but essential, not visible but eternal. To imagine the final image of a scribe is to see a man seated quietly in a dim chamber, a small lamp casting light upon his papyrus. His reed pen moves slowly, dipping into ink, pressing upon the surface, leaving behind marks that will outlive him. Outside, the world continues. The Nile flows, the farmers work, the priests chant, the pharaoh rules, but inside, the scribe writes, unhurried, unnoticed, shaping the memory of all that surrounds him. When his hand grows tired, he rests. When the scroll is finished, he rolls it carefully, ties it with cord, places it in a chest. There is no ceremony, no announcement, only the quiet certainty that he has added another thread to the fabric of memory. Then he begins again, for the work is never finished, the cycle never ends. The scribe's life is not one of sudden brilliance, but of slow endurance, not of single achievements, but of countless repetitions, each necessary, each important. And so he fades into history without name, yet his work carries the names of kings, of gods, of ordinary men and women, carrying them into eternity. To reflect on this is to feel the calm of his presence, the peace of his silence, the reassurance of continuity. Just as the Nile flows without end, just as the stars rise and set without haste, so too did the scribes shape their world with patience. And as you let this thought linger, you feel your own breath match their rhythm, slow, steady, quiet. The silent work of Egyptian scribes is not only a story of the past, but a reminder of the power of stillness, of patience, of words written without hurry. Their ink has dried, their hands are dust, but their silence still speaks, inviting you now into your own silence, into your own rest, into the calm that waits at the edge of sleep. That is the end of our story. Before we continue to the next one, I kindly ask you to give this video a like, and if you haven't yet, please subscribe to the channel so you can always return here to rest. Now, let us move on to the next tale in our Boring History for Sleep series, and step quietly into the sleepy life of a Viking village. Far to the north, where the sea touched rugged shores and long stretches of forest gave way to open fields, life in a Viking village unfolded, not in sudden bursts of violence as legends often suggest, but in a rhythm slow and steady, bound by seasons, by weather, and by the daily work of survival. To picture such a village is to set aside images of roaring battles, and instead imagine a quiet cluster of wooden houses, their walls made of timber and turf, their roofs thatched with straw, smoke drifting softly from holes at the top. The air carried the faint scent of sea salt, mingled with wood smoke and the earthy smell of damp soil. In the morning, before the sun had risen fully over the horizon, the village stirred in gentle silence. The caw of seabirds echoed faintly across the shore, while dogs padded between houses, tails wagging slowly as if marking the beginning of another day. Inside, families rose from beds of straw covered in woolen blankets, stretching against the chill. The hearth fire, left smoldering overnight, was coaxed back into flame with careful breaths, its glow filling the dim room with warmth. A pot was set upon the flames, water slowly heating to prepare porridge from barley or oats, simple food that carried strength through the long day ahead. Outside, the first sounds of work began. Men stepped into the cold air, their cloaks wrapped tightly, their boots crunching against the frost or damp earth. Some carried nets down toward the shore, ready to row into the mist for fish, their oars creaking softly against the wood of the boat. Others tended to animals kept near the houses, cows lowing gently, sheep bleating, pigs rooting quietly in the mud. These tasks were not hurried, for the day was long, and each duty had its place in the rhythm of survival. Women moved with equal steadiness, sweeping the floors of homes, feeding children, tending fires, and spinning wool into thread with careful hands. Their work was not loud but constant. The soft whir of the spindle, the faint creak of the loom, the gentle rustle of cloth being folded or stored. Every corner of the village carried its own quiet industry, and though voices rose now and then in conversation, the overall sound was one of calm, as if the village itself breathed in unison. The children, when their chores were done, wandered near the houses, chasing each other softly, their laughter carried on the wind but never harsh, never overwhelming. They gathered small sticks, played with wooden toys carved by their fathers, or simply followed the adults, learning silently through observation. In this way, the next generation absorbed the rhythm of village life without formal instruction, simply by living within its steady flow. The setting itself shaped this calm existence. Beyond the houses, fields stretched outward, planted with barley, rye, or oats, crops hardy enough to withstand the northern climate. The earth was rocky, the growing season short, but the people adapted, planting carefully, tending patiently, accepting the limits of their land. Beyond the fields rose forests of pine and birch, their branches swaying slowly in the wind, providing timber for houses and ships, fuel for fires, and game for hunting. And always nearby was the sea, vast and gray, its surface shifting with tides and winds, sometimes calm, sometimes fierce, yet always present, its rhythm matching the rhythm of the village. To walk through such a settlement was to feel time stretch. There was no rush, no clamor, no sense of urgency beyond what survival required. The houses stood close together, their doors opening onto narrow paths of dirt and grass. People moved along these paths with measured steps, greeting one another with nods, pausing for brief words, continuing on to their tasks. The day was not ruled by clocks, but by the rising and setting of the sun, the call of the seasons, the demands of weather. In winter, life slowed further, the hearth fire becoming the center of existence, while in summer, work stretched into long hours beneath a pale sky that seemed never to darken. Yet in all seasons, the rhythm remained steady, calm, enduring. To imagine yourself within this Viking village is not to imagine drama, but stillness. You sit upon a low wooden bench beside the fire, hearing the faint crackle of flames, feeling the warmth against your skin, while outside the village continues its gentle pulse. The oars dip into water, the sheep call softly in their pens, the spindle hums as wool becomes thread. Each sound is small, yet together they form a harmony of life unhurried, a melody of survival and continuity. And as the day unfolds, you feel the weight of centuries behind it. For countless mornings began the same way. Countless villagers performed the same tasks. Countless generations lived within the same rhythm. The sleepy life of a Viking village was not extraordinary, yet it was enduring, a pattern that carried people through harsh winters and brief summers, through storms and calms, through life itself. Inside the wooden houses of a Viking village, life unfolded in rhythms as steady as the tides that brushed against the distant shore. These homes, long and narrow, with walls of timber and roofs of straw, were more than shelter. They were the center of family life, where meals were shared, work was done, and stories were told in quiet tones while the fire flickered. To step into such a dwelling was to step into warmth after the chill of the northern air, for the hearth fire burned constantly at the heart of the room, its smoke drifting upward and out through a small hole in the roof. Around this fire, life gathered and slowed. Meals in a Viking home were simple but nourishing, drawn from what the land and sea provided. In the mornings, porridge simmered slowly in clay or iron pots, thick with barley or oats, sometimes flavored with berries gathered from the forest, sometimes sweetened with a spoonful of honey if it could be spared. The scent was mild but comforting, filling the air as family members stirred from sleep, rubbing their eyes against the dim glow of firelight. Children sat cross-legged on low benches, hands wrapped around wooden bowls, eating slowly, while parents planned the work of the day in calm, measured words. At midday, food was often plainer, bread baked from rye or barley flour, coarse and dense, eaten with butter or cheese made from goat's or cow's milk. Sometimes dried fish or smoked meat accompanied it, prepared in advance to last through leaner times. These meals were not feasts, but steady nourishment, enough to carry men back to their fields and boats, women to their looms and spindles, children to their chores. In the evening, when work was done and the family returned to the longhouse, the main meal of the day was prepared. Stews were most common, simmered for hours in the pot over the hearth. Meat from sheep, goats, pigs, or occasional game was cut into chunks, mixed with root vegetables like turnips and onions, seasoned with herbs gathered from nearby fields. The smell rose slowly with the steam, filling the house with a warmth that was as much comfort as sustenance. The family gathered again around the fire, bowls in hand, eating together in the soft light of flames. Conversation was quiet. Sometimes nothing more than a few words exchanged about the day, sometimes drifting into old stories told by elders, tales of gods, of ancestors, of journeys across the sea. These stories were not dramatic performances, but steady recitations, told in voices low and even, more like prayers than entertainment. They reminded the young of who they were, of what their people valued, of the rhythm that had guided their lives for generations. After the meal, the work of the house continued in silence. Women spun wool or wove cloth upon looms that stood near the walls, their hands moving with practiced ease, the soft sound of thread tightening filling the room. Men repaired tools or carved wood by firelight, smoothing handles, shaping simple utensils, their knives whispering against the grain. Children dozed on benches or played quietly with small wooden figures, the firelight dancing across their faces. All was steady, all was calm. In winter, when the night stretched long and the cold pressed heavily against the walls, the hearth fire became the very heart of survival. Families huddled closer together, wrapped in woolen cloaks, eating meals of dried fish, smoked meat, and stored grain. The fire was tended carefully, never allowed to die, for it meant warmth, safety, and light. Outside, the wind howled and snow drifted, but inside the longhouse there was only the slow rhythm of breath, of hands working, of voices murmuring. To imagine sitting in such a place is to feel yourself warmed by the glow, to hear the crackle of the fire, to taste the thick stew, to sense the peace of life lived without hurry. The Viking longhouse was not filled with luxury, but it was filled with continuity, with the comfort of family, with the certainty that tomorrow would bring the same rhythm again. In this way, the meals and the daily life of the household became more than nourishment. They became rituals of calm, anchors against the storms of weather and time. And as the night deepened and the fire sank to glowing embers, the family lay down upon beds of straw covered with wool, drifting into sleep while the village itself rested, wrapped in silence, waiting patiently for another dawn. The rhythm of daily work in a Viking village was slow and steady, shaped by the seasons, the weather, and the quiet necessities of survival. Each person, whether man, woman, or child, carried a role within this rhythm, and together their tasks formed the fabric of life, unbroken and familiar. At first light, men often left their homes to tend the fields or the sea. Some walked into the open farmland, their hands carrying wooden tools shaped for digging, sowing, or harvesting, depending on the season. The earth in the north was not generous, yet it provided enough when treated with patience. Men bent slowly, moving with steady repetition, planting barley, rye, or oats in the spring, weeding in the summer, cutting the stalks in autumn, their scythes moving in long arcs across the fields. In winter, when the soil was frozen, they worked on repairs, mending fences, sharpening tools, or shaping wood for the coming year. Others took the path to the shore, where boats waited quietly at the water's edge. These men rowed into the mist, their oars dipping in rhythm, their nets cast slowly into the sea. Fishing was uncertain, sometimes yielding plenty, sometimes little, but always requiring patience. The sound of water lapping against wood, the call of seabirds circling above, the quiet murmur of men working together in silence. All of this became part of the slow music of the village. Women's work was no less vital, though it unfolded mostly within the longhouses and nearby yards. They tended the hearth, keeping the fire alive, cooking meals that sustained the household. They spun wool into yarn with spindles, their hands moving with practiced calm, or sat at large looms weaving cloth for clothing, sails, and blankets. The sound of thread tightening, of wool stretching, of wooden beams creaking gently was a constant presence. Women also cared for animals, milking cows and goats, feeding pigs, collecting eggs from chickens. Their steps carried them from the home to the byre and back again, measured, unhurried. Part of the unchanging cycle of care. Children grew into this rhythm slowly, beginning with small tasks suited to their age. A boy might carry water in a wooden bucket from a stream, or chase sheep from one pen to another, learning the patience of herding. A girl might help her mother grind grain with a stone quern, pushing the heavy stone in circles until flour gathered in the bowl beneath. These tasks were simple yet meaningful, preparing the young to take on larger duties as they grew. Their play was not separate from work, but woven into it, for by imitating adults in small games, they learned the motions that would one day sustain them. Elders, too, held a place in this pattern. No longer able to labor in fields or at sea, they sat near the hearth or at the edge of doorways, watching quietly, offering advice when asked, sharing memories in the form of stories. Their words reminded the young of lessons learned long ago, of hardships endured, of ancestors remembered. In this way, the wisdom of the past was folded gently into the present, not through books or records, but through the slow voice of experience, spoken in calm tones that blended with the rhythm of work. Seasonal tasks added further variety. In spring, men and women repaired boats and prepared the soil. In summer, they cut hay for winter fodder, dried fish in the sun, and gathered berries in the woods. In autumn, harvest brought the village together, men cutting stalks, women binding sheaves, children carrying bundles, all moving with steady cooperation. In winter, work shifted indoors, spinning, weaving, carving, repairing, all done in the dim light of the hearth fire, the crackle of flames providing both warmth and sound. Yet even in these changes, the pace remained slow, patient, without urgency beyond what survival required. To imagine this daily life is to feel time slow within you, to hear the steady rhythm of scythes in fields, the splash of oars in water, the hum of thread at the loom, the crackle of fire in the hearth. Nothing rushed, nothing wasted, nothing loud. The sleepy life of a Viking village was not dramatic, but it was enduring, sustained by countless small actions repeated with patience and calm. Each man, each woman, each child carried their share, and together they formed a harmony that carried the community forward. One day at a time, one season into the next, one generation after another. When winter descended upon the Viking lands, life in the village slowed into a rhythm even quieter than before, as if the entire world had drawn a heavy blanket over itself and settled into stillness. Snow lay thick across the roofs of wooden houses, softening their outlines, turning sharp edges into gentle curves. Paths between the homes disappeared beneath white drifts, and footsteps pressed into the snow left faint marks that the wind soon erased. The sea itself, though never entirely frozen, grew harsher, its surface dark and restless, waves crashing against icy shores with a slow, unchanging rhythm. To live through winter was not a matter of struggle, but of patience, for survival came from enduring, from waiting, from following the slow passing of days. Inside the longhouses, the fire became the center of existence. Flames crackled in the hearth, their light flickering against timber walls, their warmth the one defense against the chill that pressed in from every side. Families gathered close, sitting on benches covered with woolen cloaks, eating meals of preserved food prepared in the warmer months. Dried fish, smoked meat, stored grain, and root vegetables simmered together in thick stews that bubbled gently for hours. The smell filled the room, mingling with wood smoke, creating a heaviness that clung to the air. Meals were not hurried but eaten slowly, each spoonful a small comfort against the long nights. Work in winter shifted indoors. Men carved wood, shaping handles for tools, repairing sleds, fashioning simple objects for the household. The steady scrape of knives against wood filled the silence, slow and methodical. Women spun wool into thread, the spindle whirring gently, or sat at the loom weaving cloth, the beams creaking softly with each movement. Children played at their parents' feet, stacking wooden toys, chasing one another in quiet bursts of energy before settling again near the fire. Elders told stories, their voices low and steady, recounting tales of gods, of ancestors, of voyages across the sea, their words blending with the crackle of flames until story and fire seemed part of the same rhythm. Outside, the village rested in silence. Animals sheltered in byres and barns, their breath rising in small clouds of steam, their sounds muted. Snow muffled the world, absorbing noise, so that even the wind seemed to whisper rather than howl. Paths were walked less often, footsteps few, voices rare. Time itself slowed, measured not in hours but in the tending of the fire, the stirring of the pot, the gradual dimming of daylight into night, and the slow return of dawn. The darkness stretched long, for in these northern lands winter days were brief, and nights seemed without end. Lamps of fish oil or tallow flickered in corners, their light faint but steady, casting long shadows that swayed with every movement. People rose later, rested more, their bodies conserving strength, their minds accustomed to waiting. The long silence of winter was not seen as burden, but as necessity. For in stillness, the village endured. Festivals offered brief moments of brightness amid the dark. Yule, the midwinter celebration, brought feasting, music, and offerings to the gods, not with noise but with steady joy, a reminder that light would return, that winter was not endless. Families exchanged small gifts, sang old songs, and shared what food they could spare, but even these gatherings carried the calm of the season, voices rising gently, laughter warm but subdued. Beyond such moments, winter remained steady, patient, unhurried. To imagine a Viking village in this season is to imagine yourself seated by the hearth, wrapped in a cloak, listening to the soft crackle of fire and the faint hum of spindle, smelling the thick stew simmering nearby, feeling the heavy stillness of snow pressing outside. Nothing rushes, nothing demands, nothing interrupts the rhythm of waiting. The world has slowed, and with it, you too begin to slow, your breath matching the calm, your thoughts settling into quiet. In this way, the Viking winter was not only a test of endurance, but a season of rest, of reflection, of gathering strength for the year to come. It was the sleep of the land, the pause before renewal, the silence before the thaw. And within that silence, the sleepy life of the village continued, steady, calm, eternal. When winter finally loosened its grip on the land, the Viking village entered a season of slow awakening, not sudden or loud, but gentle, as if the earth itself was stretching after a long and heavy sleep. Snow began to melt, first from the roofs of the houses where the sun touched most directly, then from the paths that wound between the dwellings, and finally from the fields and meadows that had lain dormant under white silence. The air softened, carrying with it the faint smell of wet soil and the promise of green growth. Small streams, freed from ice, trickled steadily through the village, their sound blending with the quiet calls of returning birds. The people emerged into this new light with patience, not rushing but moving gradually, as if matching their pace to the slow unfolding of spring. Men took to the fields first, walking the damp ground with careful steps, testing its readiness for the seed. The soil, heavy with meltwater, yielded beneath their boots, but soon it would dry enough to be turned and planted. Wooden plows were repaired, oxen harnessed, and furrows cut into the earth, straight lines stretching across the land, marking the beginning of another cycle of survival. The planting of barley and rye was not done in haste, but with deliberate rhythm, each seed dropped by hand, each step measured, for in the north, the margin for error was small, and patience was as vital as strength. Women, too, embraced the season with their own steady tasks. They gathered herbs beginning to sprout near the edges of the forest, cutting nettles and wild greens that would add freshness to the household meals after the heavy stews of winter. They spread wool out in the sun to air, washing garments in streams now swollen with meltwater. The looms continued their gentle creak, but the work was lighter with the warmer air, the rhythm more relaxed as children played nearby, their voices mingling with the sound of birdsong. The animals stirred with the season as well. Sheep and goats were led from their barns to graze on the first shoots of grass. Cows lowed softly as they were milked in the open air, their breath no longer steaming in the cold but mingling with the mild breeze. Chickens clucked and scratched the soft soil, their movements quick yet calm, part of the larger hum of life slowly returning. The village itself seemed to breathe more freely, its houses no longer pressed in by snow, its paths now open and soft beneath the sun. Festivals marked this slow rebirth, not with wild noise but with measured joy. Offerings were given to the gods of fertility, prayers whispered for a good harvest, fires lit not to fight off darkness, but to celebrate the growing light. Families gathered outside their homes, sitting on benches warmed by the sun, eating bread with fresh greens, drinking mead or ale brewed from the grains of the last harvest. Their laughter was quiet, their voices even, their celebration more like gratitude than revelry. To imagine the season in the Viking village is to imagine yourself standing in a field where snow has melted into soft earth, watching as seeds are pressed gently into the soil, hearing the creak of wooden plows, the soft lowing of cattle, the faint call of birds high above. Nothing is hurried, nothing is loud, for the people know that growth comes in its own time, that the land moves according to its own rhythm. The season brings hope, but hope is patient, unfolding slowly with the lengthening days. As evenings grew lighter, families sat longer by their doors, watching the sky shift into soft colors before night arrived. Children chased each other through the damp grass, their laughter carried on the breeze, while elders spoke softly of years past, reminding the young that spring always followed winter, that the land always renewed itself. And so life in the village continued, steady and calm, each task small yet essential, each moment part of a larger rhythm that connected the people to the earth, to the sea, to the sky above. Spring was not a sudden burst, but a gentle unfolding, a season of waiting, of planting, of quiet renewal. And in that renewal, the sleepy life of the Viking village carried on, as it always had, as it always would, calm and eternal. When summer arrived in the Viking lands, the sleepy rhythm of the village did not vanish, but stretched itself into longer days, for the sun lingered in the sky, casting light deep into the evening, and time itself seemed to expand. The warmth softened the air, the grass grew thick and green, the fields ripened, and the sea lay open, inviting men to fish and trade. Life remained slow, deliberate, unhurried, but it was filled with steady work, each task unfolding beneath the pale northern sun that seemed reluctant to set. Men took to the fields early, the earth now dry and firm, crops of barley and rye rising in straight rows, their stalks swaying in the breeze. They moved with scythes across meadows, cutting grass to dry for hay, stacking it carefully in mounds that would feed animals through the coming winter. Their movements were rhythmic, the long sweep of blade followed by the soft rustle of falling stalks, the sound blending with birdsong and the hum of insects in the warm air. Fishing boats glided into the fjords and out into the open sea, their wooden hulls creaking gently, their sails catching the steady winds. Nets were cast with calm precision, lowered into the water and raised again slowly, heavy with herring or cod. The men worked in silence, broken only by the splash of fish and the call of seabirds circling above. These catches were not feasts, but stores of survival, fish to be eaten fresh, dried in the sun, or smoked over slow fires for the colder months ahead. Along the shores, women worked with equal steadiness, cleaning and drying fish, turning them so the sun reached all sides, while others prepared frames of wood to hold them above gentle smoke. The scent of fish mingled with salt air, drifting through the village, a reminder of the sea's constant gift. Women also tended their looms in the long daylight, weaving sails for boats and cloth for garments. The creak and pull of the loom forming a steady rhythm. Children ran between these tasks, carrying small loads of wood, gathering herbs, helping turn fish in the sun, or chasing animals from the edges of fields. Their laughter was bright, but not disruptive. Their energy folded naturally into the calm work of the season. Summer meals were simple but abundant compared to winter. Bowls of fresh berries gathered from the forests, bread baked from the newly milled grain, fish roasted over coals, milk and cheese from well-fed animals. All brought a sense of quiet satisfaction. Families ate outdoors when the air was mild, seated on benches or the grass, their voices low, their movements relaxed, as if the length of the day had given them more time than they could use. The animals, too, thrived in the season. Sheep and goats grazed freely in open pastures, their bells clinking faintly as they moved together. Cows wandered slowly, chewing grass, their lowing soft and steady. Horses stood tethered near the fields, their manes brushed by wind, their hooves pressing into the warm earth. Dogs lay in the shade, eyes half closed, ears flicking at insects, their presence both guard and companion. Even the sounds of animals seemed gentler in summer, folded into the long hum of the land. Festivals came as the days reached their longest, moments of gathering not marked by chaos, but by measured joy. Fires were lit to honor the sun, songs were sung in calm voices, cups of ale raised in gratitude for the warmth and the growth of the fields. These were not wild celebrations, but rituals of connection, reminders that the gods had given light, that the earth had given food, that the sea had given fish. The village moved together in these rituals, their steps slow, their chants steady, their offerings simple yet heartfelt. To imagine the Viking summer is to imagine a place where the air is filled with the scent of grass drying into hay, the faint salt of the sea, the smoke of fish smoking gently, the warmth of sun that lingers long into the night. Time stretches, work continues, but nothing rushes, nothing overwhelms. The people of the village move within the season's rhythm, steady, calm, enduring, their lives aligned with the slow cycle of earth and sky. As evening finally approaches, the sun sinking but never fully gone, families return to their homes, the fields quiet, the boats tied, the animals settled. The fire burns again at the hearth, not against bitter cold, but as a gentle companion. Its glow soft upon the wooden walls, and as the people drift toward rest, they do so with the calm assurance that tomorrow will bring the same tasks, the same rhythms, the same sleepy life of the Viking village, steady as the sea and eternal as the turning of the seasons. When the heat of summer began to fade and the air carried the first crisp edge of change, the Viking village turned its attention toward autumn, the season of harvest and preparation, the quiet gathering of all that had been grown, caught, and stored to endure the long winter ahead. This was not a time of urgency or panic, but of steady, deliberate labor, for the people knew from generations past that survival depended upon patience and foresight. The fields, once green with swaying barley and rye, ripened to shades of gold and brown. Men walked slowly through the rows, their scythes sweeping in measured arcs, the stalks falling with soft rustles into neat bundles. Women followed behind, binding the stalks with twine, stacking them carefully in mounds to dry beneath the pale autumn sun. The sound of harvest was not loud but continuous, the steady hiss of blades through grain, the soft murmur of voices carried by the breeze, the clink of tools set down for brief rests. Children carried small sheaves, their laughter rising briefly as they imitated the motions of their parents, before returning to their work with quiet diligence. Beyond the fields, the forests offered their gifts. Families walked among the trees, gathering berries that lingered into the season, collecting nuts and mushrooms, their baskets filled slowly as they moved in calm procession through the undergrowth. The scent of fallen leaves mixed with the dampness of earth, and the forest seemed to hum with life, preparing for rest. Hunters moved quietly along familiar paths, bringing down deer or small game, not with the frenzy of sport, but with the patience of necessity. Each kill was treated with reverence, the meat destined for drying or salting, the hides prepared for clothing, the bones set aside for tools. Along the shore, the last great catches of fish were hauled in, nets heavy with herring and cod. These were dried on racks in the cool air, smoked gently over slow fires, and stored in bundles to feed the village when the seas grew harsh. Women worked steadily over these tasks, turning fish, tending fires, storing salted portions in wooden barrels. The smell of smoke and brine drifted across the village, mingling with the earthy scent of harvest and the faint chill of approaching frost. Inside the longhouses, the work of preparation unfolded with equal patience. Grain was threshed and ground, flour stored in sacks, vegetables pulled from gardens and placed in pits to keep through the cold. Stews simmered as always, but with added richness, fresh meat and greens making the meals heartier, nourishing bodies already bracing for the winter months. The loom creaked with steady rhythm, weaving sails to be ready for spring voyages, cloth to be worn in the cold, blankets to be wrapped around sleeping children. The spindle hummed, the fire cracked. The hands of women and men alike moved with practiced care. Autumn was also a season of quiet reflection. Evenings grew darker sooner, and families gathered once more around the hearth fire. Elders spoke of years when the harvest was lean or when storms came early, reminding the young of the importance of care and patience. Their stories were not warnings shouted in fear, but gentle lessons spoken with the calmness of experience. The children listened, their eyes heavy in the firelight, their bodies warmed by the glow, absorbing wisdom not as command, but as rhythm, part of the sleepy life of the village. Festivals came with the harvest, moments of gratitude for the bounty received. Offerings were made to the gods of earth and sky, prayers whispered for protection in the winter to come. Families shared feasts of fresh bread, roasted meat, berries, and ale, lifting their cups in thanks, singing songs that rose softly into the night. These gatherings were not wild revels, but calm affirmations, expressions of harmony with the land that gave them life. To picture a Viking autumn is to see the fields dotted with golden stacks of grain, the forests alive with quiet footsteps gathering food, the smoke of drying fish rising into pale skies. It is to feel the calm assurance of a people who lived not in haste, but in rhythm, who accepted the turning of seasons as eternal, who met change not with fear, but with steady preparation. And as the days shortened, as the air grew colder, as the leaves fell in gentle cascades, the village settled slowly into readiness. Winter would come, as it always did, but the work of autumn ensured that when it came, the hearths would burn, the pots would simmer, and the people would endure, calm and unbroken, within the slow, steady life of the Viking village. To walk through a Viking village with your eyes closed is to discover its world through the gentler senses, through the sounds and scents that shaped its daily life, weaving together a fabric of calm familiarity. The village did not roar with noise, but hummed with a steady rhythm, each sound small in itself, but part of a larger harmony that surrounded the people as they worked and rested. From the longhouses came the crackle of the hearth fire, a constant presence at the center of family life. The wood hissed softly as it burned, the flames popping occasionally, the embers sighing into ash. This sound blended with the low murmur of voices, families speaking in even tones, words carrying no urgency, only the steady cadence of conversation. Sometimes the laughter of children rose briefly, high and light, before fading back into the quiet, like small bells chiming in the distance. Beyond the walls of the houses, the sounds of work filled the air in subdued layers. The slow rhythm of a hammer striking iron on an anvil echoed from the smithy, not in sharp bursts, but in steady, measured taps as the blacksmith shaped tools or nails. The creak of wooden looms came from doorways, threads tightening with each motion, the sound repetitive and soothing, like the gentle beating of a drum. Spindles hummed quietly in the hands of women, the faint whir adding a thread of sound to the tapestry of daily life. In the fields, the bleating of sheep and the lowing of cattle carried across the open air, Not harsh, but soft, folded into the hum of insects and the rustle of wind through grass. Goats called more sharply now and then, their voices quick and short, while pigs rooted in the soil with grunts that were low and steady. The dogs barked occasionally, a sharp interruption that quickly faded back into silence, followed by the rhythmic sound of their paws patting across earth. Overhead, seabirds cried faintly, their calls distant but ever present, reminders of the nearby shore. The sea itself added its voice, a low and constant whisper when calm, a steady crashing when stirred by wind. Its rhythm was eternal, a backdrop to every moment of village life, so familiar that it seemed to merge with the breath of the people themselves. Alongside the sounds came scents, drifting gently through the air. The smoke of wood fires lingered in every corner, a mixture of pine and birch, sometimes sharper when green wood was burned, sometimes sweet when older wood turned to glowing coals. This smoke clung to clothes, to hair, to the wooden beams of the houses, a constant reminder of the fire that sustained life. From the hearths came the aroma of food, stews simmering with meat and vegetables, bread baking slowly on flat stones, fish drying or smoking near the shore. These smells were not overwhelming but steady, wrapping the senses in comfort. They told of nourishment waiting, of warmth within, of survival ensured. In the barns, the scent of animals was present, earthy and musky, softened by the sweetness of hay. Sheep carried the faint smell of wool and grass, cows of milk and soil, pigs of damp straw. These smells were familiar, never unpleasant, for they were part of the cycle of life, reminders of the work that sustained the people. From the fields came the fragrance of cut grass drying into hay, sharp at first, then mellowing into something sweet. In the forest, the air was filled with resin from pines, dampness from moss, the faint spice of wild herbs growing at the edges. The sea added its own fragrance, salt carried on the breeze, mingling with the tar used on boats, blending into the constant background of the village. Festivals brought their own layers of sound and scent. Songs rose softly, voices joining in simple chants, drums beating slowly, steady as a heartbeat. Fires burned higher, releasing stronger smoke, and the smell of roasted meat drifted through the air, mingling with the scent of ale and mead. Yet even these gatherings carried calmness, the sounds measured, the scents familiar, the joy quiet but enduring. To imagine the Viking village in this way is to imagine yourself standing at its center, eyes closed, breathing deeply, listening carefully. You hear the soft hammer at the smithy, the creak of the loom, the bleating of sheep, the distant crash of waves. You smell the wood smoke, the bread, the stew, the hay, the sea. Nothing overwhelms, nothing demands attention. Everything blends together into a single harmony of life unhurried. And as you linger in this harmony, your breath slows, your thoughts soften, and you feel yourself carried gently into the same sleepy rhythm that guided the Viking people through their days, calm, steady, eternal. As the long day in a Viking village drew toward evening, the light softened, and the entire rhythm of life shifted into a slower, gentler pace. The sun dipped gradually toward the horizon, casting a golden glow across the fields, making the ripened grain shimmer as if touched by fire. The sea reflected these colors, turning from gray to silver to soft orange, its waves moving in steady patterns that matched the calmness settling over the people. The sounds of the village, which had filled the day in a quiet harmony of work, grew softer. The smith's hammer fell silent, tools were laid aside, nets were coiled and set to dry, animals guided back to their pens. The bleating of sheep became less frequent, the lowing of cows muted as they settled, and even the dogs stretched out in the cool air, their movements slower now, their barks replaced by the faint sound of breathing as they drifted into rest. Smoke rose from the longhouses, carrying with it the sense of the evening meal. Inside, families gathered around the hearth, where fires burned brighter against the darkening sky. The flames cast flickering light against wooden walls, shadows dancing slowly, softening the edges of the room until it seemed wrapped in warmth. Pots hung over the fire, stews simmering gently, their bubbling adding to the steady rhythm of sound. The aroma of meat and vegetables blended with the wood smoke, filling the room with comfort. Bread was broken, bowls filled, hands moved calmly from pot to mouth, and voices rose in low tones, sharing not only food, but the gentle companionship of family. Conversation in the evenings was rarely urgent. Words were spoken slowly, often about the work of the day, about the harvest, the animals, the boats. Elders reminded the young of lessons learned, their voices calm and measured, recounting memories not as warnings, but as stories folded into the rhythm of life. Children listened, their eyes heavy in the firelight, sometimes nodding, sometimes playing idly with small carved toys, their movements slowing as the warmth of the hearth drew them toward sleep. Beyond the longhouse, the village itself lay in quiet. Paths that had been walked countless times in daylight stood empty, the ground marked with soft footprints that the evening mist would soon blur. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and the faint salt of the sea. Stars appeared gradually above, scattered across the darkening sky, while the moon rose, its pale glow falling upon the roofs of houses, the pens of animals, the still waters of the fjord. Within each home, the firelight glowed through small cracks, points of warmth in the night, as if the village itself was breathing in calm unison. As the evening deepened, the work of the day was set aside entirely. Men polished tools or mended nets one last time, then leaned back against benches, their hands folded in rest. Women put away their spindles and looms, their thread neatly wound, their cloth folded. Children were tucked beneath woolen blankets, straw beds creaking softly as they shifted into comfort. Elders sat by the fire until their voices grew faint and their eyes heavy, finishing their stories with slow, deliberate words before letting silence take over. The only sound that remained was the crackle of the fire, steady and reassuring, and the faint murmur of wind outside. To imagine the scene is to feel yourself seated upon a wooden bench, watching the firelight flicker, hearing the low hum of voices fading, smelling the soft blend of stew and smoke. The day has ended, but it has ended not with suddenness but with calm surrender. There is no urgency, no clamor, no noise to disturb the stillness. Only the slow rhythm of breath, the quiet comfort of warmth, the sense of safety within the walls of the longhouse. And as the fire sinks into embers and the village drifts into slumber, the sleepy life of the Viking village reaches its most peaceful moment. Wrapped in night, steady and eternal. As night deepened fully across the Viking village, the final rhythm of the day settled into silence, a silence not empty, but filled with the gentle presence of rest. The moon hung above the rooftops, casting its pale glow over the wooden houses, the animal pens, and the narrow paths now empty of footsteps. The sea, once busy with boats and nets, whispered quietly against the shore, its waves moving in slow and steady patterns. The forest stood dark beyond the fields, its branches swaying gently in the night wind, the sound like a soft breath exhaled by the earth itself. The entire village seemed wrapped in a blanket of calm, each family tucked within their homes, each hearth glowing faintly, each soul surrendering to sleep. Inside the longhouses, the fires had burned low, leaving only embers that glowed red and pulsed faintly with each crackle. Their warmth lingered, holding back the chill, while the smoke curled upward into the night. Families lay upon their straw beds covered with woolen blankets, their bodies curled against the cold, their breathing slow and even. The children drifted first, their small movements stilled, their eyes closed as dreams carried them gently into places beyond the walls. The adults followed, their thoughts dissolving into quiet as the day's labors fell away. Elders lay peacefully, their minds full of memories but their bodies at rest. The stories told now finished until another evening. Only the occasional stir of a sleeper, the shifting of a blanket, the sigh of someone rolling onto their side disturbed the stillness, and even these sounds blended with the quiet like notes in a lullaby. Outside, the animals rested as well. Cows lay upon the straw, their massive shapes rising and falling with slow breath. Sheep huddled together in pens, their wool thick against the cold, their bleats silenced for the night. Goats shifted occasionally, the faint clink of a bell ringing softly in the dark. Dogs curled near doorways, ears twitching but eyes closed, their presence both guard and companion. The entire village, human and animal alike, was bound in the same rhythm of rest, sharing the same silence beneath the same moon. The stars above glimmered faintly, countless and eternal, their light falling across the roofs and fields. For the Vikings, these stars were guides, markers of the sea and sky, reminders of journeys taken and journeys yet to come. But in this quiet moment, They were not instruments of navigation, but points of stillness, watching over the sleeping village. The air carried the faint scent of smoke and earth, of sea salt drifting on the breeze, of hay stored in barns. Each fragrance was familiar, steady, a reassurance that life continued even as night held its grip. To imagine this moment is to imagine lying upon a simple bed, your body warmed by wool, your ears filled with the faint crackle of embers, your nose touched by the scent of smoke and stew lingering from supper. You hear the wind outside, but it does not disturb. You hear the sea, but it does not demand. You hear the breath of your family, steady and calm, and it soothes you into stillness. The sleepy life of the Viking village was not built on battles or voyages alone, but on nights like this, where the world seemed to pause, where the people found peace in routine, where survival was bound to patience and rest. Each night was a reminder that tomorrow would bring the same rhythm again. Fires rekindled, fields tended, nets cast, cloth woven, meals shared. And so the cycle continued, as it always had, as it always would. Steady as the tides, eternal as the stars. To let your thoughts rest here is to let yourself drift with them, carried by the calmness of a people who lived in harmony with their land and sea, who measured life not in haste but in seasons, who surrendered each night to silence and awoke each dawn to continuity. The village sleeps, the fire glows faintly, the sea whispers, the wind hums, and you too are invited into this silence, into this peace, into the same eternal rhythm that guided the sleepy life of a Viking village. That is the end of our story. Before we move on to the next one, I kindly ask you to give this video a like, and if you haven't yet, please subscribe to the channel so you can always return here to rest. Now, let us continue with the next tale in our Boring History for Sleep series, and step quietly into the unremarkable duties of samurai servants. That is the end of our story. Before we move on to the next one, I kindly ask you to give this video a like, and if you haven't yet, please subscribe to the channel so you can always return here to rest. Now, let us continue with the next tale in our Boring History for Sleep series, and step quietly into the unremarkable duties of samurai servants. When people think of the samurai, they imagine warriors in shining armor, blades drawn beneath banners fluttering in the wind, men bound by codes of loyalty and honor, faces stern and unyielding. Yet behind every samurai stood a network of servants whose work, though unremarkable in comparison, sustained the daily rhythm of their lives. These tasks were not about glory, nor about battle, nor even about the grandeur of ceremony, but about the slow and steady duties that ensured the household functioned from dawn until dusk. To picture these servants is to step away from the battlefield and into the quiet spaces of samurai residences, where wooden floors creaked softly underfoot, where the air carried the faint scent of tatami mats and ink, where silence was valued above noise. In the early morning, before their masters stirred, servants began their day. Fires were kindled in small hearths to heat water for tea, the crackle of kindling breaking the silence of dawn. Floors were swept with simple brooms made of twigs, the soft scraping sound marking the beginning of order. Sliding doors of paper and wood were opened to let in fresh air, the faint breeze carrying with it the scent of pine, bamboo, or gardens outside. The samurai might still be resting, but his servants were already moving quietly, preparing his world for the day to come. Clothing was another duty, and it demanded both patience and precision. Servants tended to their master's robes, folding them carefully, storing them neatly, ensuring that each garment was free from dust. Armor, too, required care. Though not worn daily, it was checked regularly, its plates polished, its cords adjusted, its helmet inspected. This was not glamorous work, but it was steady and essential, for a warrior's appearance reflected his discipline, and his servants bore responsibility for that reflection. The preparation of meals was equally important, though rarely elaborate. Rice had to be washed, boiled, and served with pickled vegetables, miso soup, or small portions of fish. These were meals of simplicity, eaten not for indulgence but for sustenance. Servants worked in silence, chopping with steady hands, stirring pots over low fires, carrying trays into rooms where their masters ate quietly, often without words. The act of serving itself was done with care, bowls placed with deliberate precision, movements slow and respectful, never rushed. Outside, the duties continued. Gardens required tending, paths sweeping, gates mending. Servants trimmed shrubs, raked gravel into neat patterns, repaired fences and wooden walls. The work was endless in small ways, for the upkeep of a household demanded attention every day, but it was carried out without complaint, part of the rhythm of life. Even the stables fell under their care, where horses of the samurai were fed, brushed, and watered. The sounds of snorting animals, the clink of buckets, the steady scrape of brushes filled the air as servants moved quietly through the tasks, unseen yet indispensable. Some servants served as attendants, walking a pace behind their masters when they went out, carrying small items, keeping track of messages, watching silently for instructions. Their role was not to be noticed but to be present, their movements subdued, their presence constant. Others remained within the house, keeping scrolls organized, grinding ink for writing, setting cushions in place for meetings or study. Each role was small, but together they formed the structure that allowed the samurai to maintain the dignity and calm expected of his station. To imagine the day of such a servant is to imagine repetition. Tasks were not new or exciting, but the same, carried out again and again with steady patience. Sweep, fold, prepare, serve, repair, wait. Each action was small, each one easily overlooked. Yet without them, the household would stumble, the image of order would fade, and the samurai's life would lose its calm foundation. Their duties were unremarkable, but they were essential, and the servants knew it. Theirs was not a life of recognition, but of quiet endurance, not of glory, but of stability. And as the day unfolded, as one task led into another, the servants moved with the same rhythm as the house itself, steady, patient, silent. To imagine yourself within such a setting is to feel the calm repetition of these tasks surround you. You hear the soft sweep of the broom, the faint crackle of the fire, the quiet clink of bowls being set upon a tray. You smell the rice steaming, the faint tang of miso, the fresh air drifting through open screens. Nothing demands your attention, nothing overwhelms. The world unfolds slowly, patiently, in the small, unremarkable duties of samurai servants, steady and eternal. The morning routine of a samurai household unfolded not with sudden noise or hurried motion, but with quiet steps and practiced gestures, carried out by the servants who rose earlier than their masters to prepare the house for the day. Long before the samurai himself opened his eyes, the servants had already begun their tasks, their movements blending into the stillness of dawn, their presence felt not through words, but through the subtle order they created. The first duty was always the hearth. A servant crouched by the ashes, gently stirring embers left from the night, coaxing them back into flame with thin sticks of kindling. The crackle of fire marked the true beginning of morning, its warmth spreading through the house, its smoke drifting upward through narrow vents. Water was set to boil in an iron kettle, the faint bubbling soon ready to steep tea. The aroma of roasted leaves rose softly, filling the wooden rooms with a calm fragrance, a signal that the day had begun. Another servant swept the floors, the broom of bound twigs scratching lightly against the tatami mats. Each stroke was deliberate, neither rushed nor careless, leaving the woven surfaces free of dust. Sliding doors were opened carefully, paper screens pushed aside to allow the cool morning air to enter. The faint sounds of a garden stirred outside, the whisper of bamboo leaves, the drip of water from a stone basin, the caw of a distant crow. The household was waking, but still in silence. The samurai's robes were laid out by careful hands. The servant selected the appropriate garments, folded neatly the night before, ensuring that the layers were placed in order, ready to be worn without confusion. A basin of water was prepared for washing, its surface rippling faintly in the dim light, a towel folded beside it. Armor, though not required for every day, was checked all the same, its plates inspected for wear, its cords tightened, its helmet polished so that when the moment came, it could be worn without hesitation. In the kitchen space, rice was rinsed, grains swirled gently in water until the cloudiness cleared. The pot was set upon the fire, steam rising slowly, the smell of cooked grain filling the room. Alongside it, miso soup simmered quietly, flavored with vegetables or seaweed. Pickled radishes or cucumbers were placed on small trays, their sharp scent softened by the warmth of the rice. These were not grand meals, but simple offerings, nourishment prepared with patience and precision. The servants moved quietly through these duties, aware of each other yet rarely speaking. Their coordination practiced through years of routine. One placed tea bowls in readiness, another adjusted cushions in the sitting room, another checked the inkstone and brush should their master wish to write. Even the smallest details were seen to. Slippers set neatly at the threshold, sandals ready by the door, a towel folded with corners aligned. Nothing was rushed, for the value lay not in speed, but in calm completion. When at last the samurai stirred, the household was already ordered, prepared, waiting. A servant approached with quiet steps, sliding open the door with care, bowing low as the master rose. The garments were offered in silence, each piece handed at the right moment, each fold smoothed into place. Tea was served shortly after, the bowl placed gently before him. Steam rising in slow spirals, the taste simple and grounding. The meal followed, rice, soup, and pickles presented on low trays, each bowl aligned with care. The master ate without indulgence, each movement measured, each bite part of the same calm rhythm that shaped the house. The servants remained near, but not intrusive, stepping forward when needed, withdrawing when not. Their presence felt only in the seamless way the tasks unfolded. To imagine such a morning is to imagine calm precision, the fire crackling softly, the broom scratching faintly, the kettle bubbling gently, the scent of rice and tea mingling with fresh air drifting from the garden. Nothing loud, nothing hurried, nothing uncertain. The household breathed in unison, its harmony maintained by servants whose duties, though unremarkable, formed the very structure of daily life. And as the morning light grew stronger, spreading across the rooms, the day began not with clamor, but with the quiet fulfillment of duty, the steady unfolding of tasks repeated countless times before, the silent devotion of samurai servants. When the morning routines had been completed and the household had settled into its quiet order, the duties of the samurai servants carried on into the long stretch of the day, a time when the sun rose higher and cast its light across the gardens, the courtyards, and the paths between the wooden buildings. These hours were not marked by urgency, but by the steady unfolding of necessary tasks, each one small, each one seemingly unremarkable, yet together forming the rhythm of the household. In the garden, servants moved slowly among the plants, tending to every detail with patient care. Gravel paths were raked into neat patterns, their lines drawn carefully with wooden tools, the sound a soft scrape against the earth. Moss was brushed gently from stones, weeds pulled with quiet precision, fallen leaves gathered into small piles and carried away. Trees were pruned so that their shapes remained balanced, shrubs trimmed, and flowers arranged to reflect harmony rather than excess. A small pond, if present, was cleaned of debris, its surface smoothed until it reflected the sky and the branches above like a polished mirror. These tasks did not call for praise, yet they ensured that when the samurai walked in his garden, the world appeared ordered, calm, and reflective of the discipline expected in his home. Within the house, servants turned to the care of objects that required constant attention. Tatami mats were checked for wear, edges brushed free of dust. Sliding doors were adjusted so that they moved without noise. Inkstones were ground with fresh water, the dark liquid ready for writing, while brushes were washed and set neatly to dry. Scrolls were unrolled briefly, checked for damage, then rolled once more and tied with cords, stacked in their proper places. Armor, even when not needed, was inspected again, cords tightened, metal polished until it shone dully in the filtered light. Swords were wiped clean of dust, their scabbards oiled, their edges examined not for battle, but for readiness. The midday meal was prepared with the same calm precision as breakfast. Rice was boiled again, vegetables simmered into broth, small portions of fish grilled slowly over glowing embers. Pickled plums or cucumbers were set out on small dishes, bowls arranged upon trays with careful alignment. Servants moved silently through the kitchen space, chopping with measured strokes, stirring with unhurried rhythm, the sounds blending into the soft crackle of fire. When the meal was served, it was placed with deliberate order before the master, the trays set upon low tables, the bowls adjusted so that nothing appeared careless. Servants withdrew slightly but remained attentive, stepping forward only when needed, their presence subtle, their movements quiet. During these hours, the master might receive visitors, and here too the servants' duties were essential though unobtrusive. When a guest approached, servants slid open the doors, bowed, and guided the visitor to the proper place, offering tea with slow, deliberate motions. Cushions were arranged, sandals placed neatly aside, the path of entry kept clear and clean. If scrolls were to be brought out for viewing, servants carried them carefully, unrolling them upon the floor with practiced precision. If gifts were exchanged, servants presented them with both hands, heads bowed, the motion as much ceremony as action. They did not speak unless required, for their role was not to join in the conversation, but to preserve its smoothness, to ensure that no detail disturbed the harmony of the meeting. Outside these formal duties, the day carried countless smaller tasks. Buckets of water were fetched from wells or streams, firewood was chopped and stacked in neat rows, tools sharpened, sandals mended, ropes tightened, and minor repairs made to walls or gates. Each act was small, easily overlooked, but each ensured that the household remained in order. No one praised the servant who patched a roof before rain fell. Yet without that act, the master's rest would be disturbed. No one noticed the steady hand that wiped dust from a lacquered box. Yet without that care, the box would lose its beauty. And so the servants moved through the day, their actions blending into the stillness of the household, their labor forming an invisible framework that allowed their master to live with dignity and calm. To imagine this part of the day is to picture the quiet rustle of robes as servants walk softly across wooden floors, the steady scrape of a rake across gravel, the faint bubbling of soup upon the fire, the soft knock of a brush against an inkstone. Nothing is rushed, nothing is loud, nothing demands attention. The house breathes in rhythm with its servants, each task completed in silence, each gesture folded into the calm. And as the sun reaches its height and then begins its slow descent, the samurai servants continue their unremarkable duties, shaping a world where order and harmony are maintained not through glory, but through patience, not through recognition, but through quiet endurance. As the day moved quietly into the slower hours of afternoon, the work of the samurai servants did not cease but simply shifted into another pattern, one that carried the household gently from the calm of midday toward the preparations for evening. The sunlight, which had streamed strongly across the garden earlier, now softened, casting long shadows across raked gravel and the wooden walls of the house. The voices of birds drifted faintly from the trees beyond the gates, and the entire atmosphere of the residence grew stiller, as if the world itself were pausing to breathe. Within this pause, the servants continued their unremarkable but steady duties, each task done with care, each action small but meaningful. Cleaning resumed in the afternoon, not because the house had grown dirty, but because order was a constant requirement. Floors were swept again with brooms of bound twigs, the sound gentle and rhythmic, a whisper against the tatami mats. Dust was brushed from wooden beams and lacquered boxes, screens adjusted so that the rooms remained bright but never harsh. Small repairs were tended quietly, loose hinges tightened, a crack in the wood sealed, sandals mended with fresh straps. To serve in such a household meant to notice the smallest imperfection and to remove it before it disturbed the harmony of the home. The weapons of the master also required attention, and this task was treated with particular care. A sword might not have been drawn that day, yet the blade was still inspected, the scabbard polished, the edge wiped with oil to prevent rust. Armor, resting in its storage, was checked piece by piece, cords untangled, plates dusted. The servants knew that though battle was not a daily event, readiness was a constant demand, and so they moved slowly, deliberately, over each item, their hands steady, their eyes sharp, their presence silent. Outside, the garden was tended once more. Fallen leaves from trees were gathered, gravel paths raked again into neat lines. The sound of the rake scratching lightly across the earth joined the faint buzz of insects and the soft rustle of bamboo in the breeze. Ponds were skimmed of stray leaves, water smoothed with wooden ladles until its surface reflected the sky like glass. The stables were visited, animals checked, their water refilled, their coats brushed until they shone faintly in the dimming light. Horses shifted quietly, their soft movements blending with the calm rhythm of the evening chores. In the kitchen, preparations for the evening meal began early. Rice was washed and set to boil. Vegetables sliced with slow precision, fish or small cuts of meat cooked over glowing embers. The scent of simmering broth and steaming grain began to drift through the household, mingling with the faint tang of smoke from the hearth. Servants worked without chatter, each step familiar, each motion practiced, their coordination unspoken yet smooth. Wooden bowls and lacquered trays were arranged in advance, placed neatly upon low tables, ready for the master to sit and eat in calm. Tea was prepared again, its fragrance light and grounding, its serving bowls placed near at hand. When visitors were present, additional care was taken. Extra dishes were added, cushions arranged in order, sliding doors opened at the right moment to admit the evening breeze. If lanterns were required as the light faded, they were lit one by one, their glow soft and warm, casting gentle circles of brightness against the darkening rooms. The servants moved quietly, bowing as they entered and withdrew, their steps soft against the floors, their voices absent unless summoned. Their presence was not meant to be seen, but felt, woven invisibly into the order of the house. As the afternoon passed into evening, the house became once more a place of stillness and readiness. The master, perhaps walking in the garden or reading a scroll, did so in surroundings shaped by the tireless but unnoticed hands of his servants. Each object was in its place, each surface clean, each tool ready, each meal prepared. Nothing dramatic had occurred, nothing worthy of chronicling in poems or records. Yet without these small tasks, the dignity of the household would falter. To imagine yourself within this scene is to imagine the slow sweep of the broom, the faint scrape of the rake, the steady brush of cloth against armor, the soft bubbling of soup on the fire. The air is filled with calm, the light is gentle, the tasks are unremarkable yet essential. And as the sun dips lower and the sky takes on the colors of dusk, the samurai servants remain at their work, steady and patient, guiding the household through the quiet hours of afternoon into the calm certainty of night. As the sun lowered itself beyond the tiled rooftops and the village outside the estate grew quieter, the samurai household shifted gently into the evening hours, and with it the work of the servants changed again, turning toward the careful preparation and calm ritual of the night meal. This was not a feast to impress guests with grandeur, though guests were sometimes present, but a steady meal, arranged with care, measured in its simplicity, and designed to nourish rather than indulge. The servants moved through this time with the same patience that guided every hour of their day, each action quiet, deliberate, and repeated countless times before. The kitchen glowed with firelight, the air carrying the soft scents of rice steaming in its pot and broth, simmering slowly with vegetables and herbs. Fish sizzled gently over glowing embers, its aroma subtle but filling. A servant ladled soup into bowls. Another placed small dishes of pickled radishes and cucumbers onto trays, while yet another folded cloths neatly and aligned the lacquered trays so that nothing was out of order. Each movement was simple, yet every motion reflected discipline. For in a samurai household, even the unremarkable meal carried with it the expectation of harmony. When the food was ready, servants stepped carefully into the main room, carrying the trays with both hands, heads bowed slightly as they approached their master. The cushions had already been set, the floor swept again before the meal, the lanterns lit to cast a soft golden light across the tatami. The master seated himself quietly, sometimes alone, sometimes with family or a guest, and the meal was placed before him with precision. The bowls of rice, soup, and vegetables were arranged not randomly, but in an order that reflected tradition. Each dish aligned in its place, each movement of the servant respectful and unhurried. The samurai ate in silence or in calm conversation, his words measured, his pace steady. Servants stood nearby but at a distance, watching without staring, attentive without intruding. They moved only when needed, refilling a bowl, adding hot water for tea, or clearing a dish once it was finished. Their presence was felt not by what they said, for they did not speak, but by the seamless way the meal unfolded without interruption. For the family members of the household, the atmosphere was no different. The wife and children of the samurai ate with equal calm, their voices low, their gestures slow, their lives shaped by the same expectation of discipline and restraint. Servants assisted them as they assisted the master, keeping the flow of the meal smooth, steady, unbroken. For younger children, food was cut into smaller pieces, bowls lifted and held, yet even this was done without fuss, in the same rhythm of silence and calm. When guests were present, the formality increased slightly, but the principle remained the same. Servants greeted the visitor with bows, removed sandals, placed cushions, and poured tea. Dishes were served with greater attention to presentation, perhaps an additional tray of delicacies prepared, but even then, the gestures remained subdued. There was no loud laughter, no noisy celebration. The evening meal in a samurai home was a quiet affirmation of order, of dignity, of balance, and the servants ensured that every part of that balance remained intact. Once the meal had ended, servants cleared the trays with slow and careful movements, carrying bowls back to the kitchen to be rinsed and stacked neatly for the next day. Leftovers were stored with thought, rice covered to be eaten again in the morning, pickles sealed tightly so that their flavor would remain. Fires were reduced to embers, yet one small flame was always left glowing, for it would be coaxed again into life at dawn. The room was swept once more, cushions adjusted, lamps trimmed. As the master withdrew to rest, the house itself seemed to exhale, its work complete for the day, its order preserved for the night. To imagine such a scene is to picture the calm glow of lantern light upon wooden walls, the scent of rice and miso lingering in the air, the sound of bowls set gently upon trays, the faint crackle of embers fading into silence. The servants remain in the background, their hands steady, their steps soft, their duties unremarkable but essential. And as the night deepens outside and stars scatter across the sky, the samurai household rests upon the foundation of their quiet labor, the harmony of the evening carried into the stillness of sleep. When the evening meal had been served and cleared away, when the master had retired to his chambers, and when the sounds of the household had softened into near silence, the duties of the samurai servants did not end. Their tasks extended into the night, quiet and unremarkable as always, yet essential in maintaining the rhythm of the household and the dignity of its order. These final hours of the day were shaped not by urgency but by patience, by careful repetition, by the same steady attention that guided their labor from dawn to dusk. The first responsibility after the meal was to ensure that every dish, bowl, and utensil was cleaned and put away. Wooden trays were wiped with damp cloths, bowls rinsed, pots scrubbed carefully until no trace of food remained. The scent of rice and fish faded, replaced by the faint smell of water and soap. The kitchen restored to its calm emptiness. Fire pits were banked so that embers glowed faintly, but did not burn too brightly, for though the flames were reduced at night, one spark was always preserved to be coaxed back to life at dawn. This act, small and unnoticed, carried the quiet assurance of continuity, a bridge from one day to the next. Servants also prepared bedding for their masters, unrolling futons upon the tatami mats, smoothing the fabric until it lay flat, placing pillows precisely where they were expected. Lamps were trimmed so that their glow fell softly across the room, neither too dim nor too bright, enough to guide without disturbing. Sliding doors were checked, shutters drawn where needed, drafts blocked with care. The chamber was arranged for rest, every detail aligned to create an atmosphere of calm. The master might never notice these acts, yet his comfort depended upon them, and the servants carried them out with steady hands. Outside the sleeping rooms, other servants took up the duty of night watch. One walked the perimeter of the residence, his steps slow and even, his eyes alert to the gates, the walls, the shadows cast by the moon. Another remained within the corridors, sitting silently, listening for disturbances, ready to light a lantern or fetch water if needed. These duties rarely required action, for nights were often uneventful, yet their very presence was a shield of reassurance. The household could rest because the servants remained awake, their watchfulness unremarkable but vital. In the stables, animals were checked one last time before sleep. Horses were given water, their stalls cleaned of waste, their hay adjusted so that they could rest easily. The quiet sound of animals shifting in straw, the low sighs of their breath, became part of the village's night rhythm. Dogs lay curled near entrances, ears twitching at faint noises, yet even their vigilance blended with the overall stillness, a part of the calm order shaped by servant hands. Some servants turned their attention to tasks that prepared for the coming morning. Robes for the master were folded and laid out, polished wooden sandals placed neatly by the door, inkstones ground so that fresh ink would be ready. Messages that had arrived during the day were sorted, small repairs finished by lamplight. Tools were inspected and set aside, everything arranged so that when the first light of dawn returned, the household would flow again without interruption. To imagine this time is to imagine walking softly across wooden floors while the rest of the house lies in near silence. You hear the faint crackle of embers, the soft rustle of cloth as bedding is laid out, the quiet step of a servant passing with a lantern in hand. You smell the lingering smoke of fires reduced to coals, the faint fragrance of tatami warmed by lamplight, the cool night air drifting through a half-open screen. Nothing loud, nothing hurried, nothing out of place. The servants move like shadows, their presence felt but rarely seen, their duties completed without fanfare. And when at last their work is finished, when the bedding is prepared, the fires banked, the gates checked, and the house secure, even the servants themselves settle into rest, lying in their own quarters, their breathing steady, their bodies weary, but their minds calm in the knowledge that order has been preserved. The household sleeps, its harmony intact, its dignity unbroken because of their quiet labor. And as the night deepens and stars scatter across the sky, the sleepy rhythm of the samurai household continues, its silence carried gently into the hours before dawn, eternal and unremarkable, shaped by the steady hands of its servants. When the evening meal had been served and cleared away, when the master had retired to his chambers, and when the sounds of the household had softened into near silence, the duties of the samurai servants did not end. Their tasks extended into the night, quiet and unremarkable as always, yet essential in maintaining the rhythm of the household and the dignity of its order. These final hours of the day were shaped not by urgency but by patience, by careful repetition, by the same steady attention that guided their labor from dawn to dusk. The first responsibility after the meal was to ensure that every dish, bowl, and utensil was cleaned and put away. Wooden trays were wiped with damp cloths, bowls rinsed, pots scrubbed carefully until no trace of food remained. The scent of rice and fish faded, replaced by the faint smell of water and soap, the kitchen restored to its calm emptiness. Fire pits were banked so that embers glowed faintly but did not burn too brightly. For though the flames were reduced at night, one spark was always preserved to be coaxed back to life at dawn. This act, small and unnoticed, carried the quiet assurance of continuity, a bridge from one day to the next. Servants also prepared bedding for their masters, unrolling futons upon the tatami mats, smoothing the fabric until it lay flat, placing pillows precisely where they were expected. Lamps were trimmed so that their glow fell softly across the room, neither too dim nor too bright, enough to guide without disturbing. Sliding doors were checked, shutters drawn where needed, drafts blocked with care. The chamber was arranged for rest, every detail aligned to create an atmosphere of calm. The master might never notice these acts, yet his comfort depended upon them, and the servants carried them out with steady hands. Outside the sleeping rooms, other servants took up the duty of night watch. One walked the perimeter of the residence, his steps slow and even, his eyes alert to the gates, the walls, the shadows cast by the moon. Another remained within the corridors, sitting silently, listening for disturbances, ready to light a lantern or fetch water if needed. These duties rarely required action, for nights were often uneventful, yet their very presence was a shield of reassurance. The household could rest because the servants remained awake, their watchfulness unremarkable but vital. In the stables, animals were checked one last time before sleep. Horses were given water, their stalls cleaned of waste, their hay adjusted so that they could rest easily. The quiet sound of animals shifting in straw, the low sighs of their breath, became part of the village's night rhythm. Dogs lay curled near entrances, ears twitching at faint noises, yet even their vigilance blended with the overall stillness, a part of the calm order shaped by servant hands. Some servants turned their attention to tasks that prepared for the coming morning. Robes for the master were folded and laid out, polished wooden sandals placed neatly by the door, inkstones ground so that fresh ink would be ready. Messages that had arrived during the day were sorted, small repairs finished by lamplight. Tools were inspected and set aside, everything arranged so that when the first light of dawn returned, the household would flow again without interruption. To imagine this time is to imagine walking softly across wooden floors while the rest of the house lies in near silence. You hear the faint crackle of embers, the soft rustle of cloth as bedding is laid out, the quiet step of a servant passing with a lantern in hand. You smell the lingering smoke of fires reduced to coals, the faint fragrance of tatami warmed by lamplight, the cool night air drifting through a half-open screen. Nothing loud, nothing hurried, nothing out of place. The servants move like shadows, their presence felt but rarely seen, their duties completed without fanfare. And when at last their work is finished, when the bedding is prepared, the fires banked, the gates checked, and the house secure, even the servants themselves settle into rest, lying in their own quarters, their breathing steady, their bodies weary, but their minds calm in the knowledge that order has been preserved. The household sleeps, its harmony intact, its dignity unbroken because of their quiet labor. And as the night deepens and stars scatter across the sky, the sleepy rhythm of the samurai household continues, its silence carried gently into the hours before dawn, eternal and unremarkable, shaped by the steady hands of its servants. While most days in the samurai household followed the same slow rhythm of sweeping, cooking, polishing, and preparing, there were occasions when duties extended beyond the ordinary, moments of small ceremony or quiet reception, where the role of the servants became even more visible though still uncelebrated. These occasions were not grand spectacles, not the battles sung of in later tales, but the small events of a household tied to discipline and order, events that required extra care, extra patience, and an unbroken calm. When a guest was expected, the servants began their preparation long before the arrival. The entrance path was swept again until no stray leaf or speck of dust remained. The garden was tended with special attention, gravel raked into precise patterns, stones brushed clean, water ladled over moss to refresh its color. Inside, tatami mats were brushed smooth, cushions arranged in symmetrical lines, screens adjusted so that light fell softly into the reception room. Tea bowls were inspected, lacquered trays polished, scrolls chosen to be displayed on the alcove wall, each detail considered so that harmony filled the space. The guests, when they arrived, might never notice each motion, yet they would feel the order that had been shaped silently around them. During the visit, servants carried out their duties in the same restrained manner. When sandals were removed at the threshold, servants lifted them carefully and placed them neatly aside. Tea was prepared and carried in with slow, deliberate steps, the bowl placed before the guest with both hands, the servant bowing deeply before withdrawing. Refreshments, often simple sweets or fruit, were arranged in small dishes, set with precision so that no edge was out of line. Servants stood quietly at the edges of the room, ready to respond to a gesture, to bring a scroll for reading, to refill a cup, to light a lantern as the sun dimmed. Their voices were almost never heard, for their role was not to speak, but to preserve the unbroken flow of the gathering. Other occasions came in the form of small ceremonies within the household, rituals tied to seasonal change or family events. A servant might prepare an altar with offerings of rice and fruit, arranging them with steady hands, ensuring that nothing appeared careless. Incense was lit, the smoke rising slowly, filling the room with a faint fragrance. Candles were placed in stands, their flames steady, their light casting soft shadows upon paper screens. These were not grand rituals, but small acts of reverence, moments that required attention to detail and a sense of stillness. The servants carried them out with the same patience as every other task, their presence essential yet unnoticed. At times, the duties extended to preparing for travel. When the master left the household for visits, inspections, or longer journeys, the servants packed robes folded precisely, sandals wrapped, food prepared for the road. Horses were saddled and checked, harnesses adjusted, provisions tied carefully to the packs. The servants accompanied their master to the gate, bowing low as he departed, then returned to maintain the house in his absence, tending the same duties with the same care until he returned. Festivals in the wider community also brought changes to their work. Lanterns might be hung at entrances, banners prepared, or special foods cooked. Yet even in these moments of festivity, the servants' roles remained calm and unremarkable. They arranged, they carried, they swept, they bowed. They created an atmosphere in which the family could participate in ritual and tradition without concern for details, for the servants had already smoothed every detail into place. To imagine these occasions is to see not grandeur but precision. The soft sweep of a broom across gravel, the careful placement of a scroll in its alcove, the slow lowering of a tea bowl before a guest, the faint rising of incense smoke curling toward the ceiling. These are the images that filled the days of special duty. No one recorded the names of the servants who performed them. No one sang their actions in songs. Yet without them, the ceremonies would stumble. The visits would falter. The dignity of the house would weaken. Their duties remained as they always were, unremarkable, steady, patient, carried out with discipline and silence. And when the guests departed, when the rituals ended, when the lanterns were extinguished, the servants returned again to their ordinary sweeping, their cooking, their polishing, as if nothing had changed at all. Among the many tasks that fell quietly upon the shoulders of samurai servants, one of the most unremarkable yet steady was the handling of letters, records, and small matters of writing that connected the household to the wider world. Though the samurai himself might compose or sign a message of importance, it was the servants who ensured that paper, ink, and brush were always ready, that scrolls were stored safely, that correspondence reached its proper place, and that the flow of information never faltered. These duties were neither celebrated nor remembered, yet they formed a subtle framework that held the order of daily life together. Each morning, a servant would check the inkstone, grinding a fresh stick of ink against its surface with a little water until the black liquid pooled, smooth and dark, ready for use. Brushes were inspected, their bristles aligned, handles cleaned, and each one placed neatly beside the inkstone on a low wooden tray. Paper, often stored in rolls or stacked sheets, was smoothed out, its edges aligned, prepared so that when the master wished to write a note, nothing would delay him. The servant remained nearby, not to intrude but to anticipate, ready to place the tools at hand at the first gesture. When the writing was finished, another task began. The completed scroll or folded letter had to be dried, tied, and sometimes sealed. Servants moved carefully, holding the paper with both hands, making sure no ink smudged, attaching cords of silk or hemp, pressing seals with deliberate precision. The document was then placed into a box or given to a messenger, depending on its purpose. If it was to remain within the house, it was stored among other records, rolled neatly and labeled with a tag of brushstrokes. If it was to travel, the servant ensured it was wrapped and protected, handed over to the courier with words of instruction spoken softly and clearly. Records were kept with the same patience. Household accounts, rice stored, fish salted, cloth woven, payments made, were written and copied, each number carefully inscribed, each detail preserved. These records were not celebrated stories of war or honor, but the unglamorous backbone of survival. Without them, a household might forget what it owed or lose track of what it possessed. Servants wrote them slowly, their hands steady, their eyes trained upon the brush's tip as it moved across the page. Mistakes were rare, for precision was expected, and corrections were made only with care. This work demanded silence, concentration, and endurance, qualities that matched the rhythm of every other task in the household. Messages arriving from outside required equal attention. When a courier came to the gate, servants received him with bows, took the letter, and carried it inward, holding it respectfully, placing it before the master only when the proper time was chosen. Sometimes they read the message aloud if asked, their voices calm and clear, their pronunciation exact. Other times, they copied it so that multiple records might be kept, the ink drying in quiet corners while the master continued with his affairs. These duties placed the servants in a position close to the private words of their masters, yet they were trusted to remain silent, to read but not to repeat, to hold knowledge without displaying it. Beyond messages, the servants also cared for scrolls of instruction, poetry, or philosophy kept within the household. These were unrolled on occasion, checked for damage, then rolled again and tied. If mold threatened the paper in damp weather, servants moved them to drier places. If a corner tore, it was repaired with glue and new fibers. They carried these scrolls as though they were fragile bodies, each one a link to memory, each one requiring respect. To imagine this work is to imagine sitting in a quiet room, a low table before you, the inkstone cool and smooth beneath your hand, the faint sound of brush against paper filling the silence. You smell the ink, sharp and earthy. You feel the paper's texture as it resists and then yields to the strokes. Around you, the house is still. The only sounds the soft steps of other servants passing in distant corridors, the occasional crackle of a fire, the muted call of a bird from outside. There is no rush, no urgency, only the steady pace of recording, copying, preserving. And though no one would praise the servant who prepared ink or folded letters, without him, the household would stumble, its memory lost, its communication broken. The unremarkable duties of samurai servants extended into the very words their masters spoke and wrote, ensuring that what was said endured, that what was planned was remembered, that what was ordered was obeyed. These tasks, quiet and often invisible, shaped the flow of a household as surely as sweeping floors or serving meals. They were the hidden thread of continuity, binding the life of the family to the world beyond its walls. And as the day passed, as letters were written and records stored, the servants continued their silent labor, leaving behind no name but ensuring that every word remained calm, steady, eternal. Beyond the quiet interiors of the samurai household, the servants carried many duties that unfolded in the open air, where the wooden gates stood tall, where the paths wound through the compound, and where the stables and storehouses waited with their own demands. These outdoor tasks were rarely dramatic, yet they were as essential as any chore within the home, shaping the boundary between the household and the wider world, maintaining both its dignity and its survival. The gates were often the first concern, for they marked the threshold where the private life of the samurai touched the village outside. Each morning, servants swept the entryway, clearing away leaves, dust, or mud left from the night. Stones were brushed, lanterns at the posts refilled with oil, hinges checked so that the great wooden doors would open smoothly without creak or groan. The gatehouse itself was inspected, the beams tightened, the thatch repaired if wind had loosened it. To stand watch by the gate was also a servant's duty, not as a warrior, but as a quiet guardian, receiving couriers, turning away beggars politely, bowing to guests, and recording those who entered. Their presence was not imposing, yet it was steady, shaping the first impression of the household with calm respect. Beyond the gate stretched the courtyards and paths, which required their own constant care. Gravel was raked into even lines, weeds pulled from cracks, stones aligned where they had shifted. Servants walked these paths in silence, their movements repetitive but grounding, ensuring that every step taken by the master or a guest felt ordered, intentional, untroubled by disorder. Fences and walls were checked as well, the wooden planks smoothed, loose nails hammered back, ropes tightened where bamboo fences sagged. The quiet labor of maintenance gave the house its aura of discipline, and though unnoticed by most, it shaped the entire feeling of the place. The stables carried a different rhythm, filled with the steady presence of animals. Horses, symbols of a samurai's readiness, required daily care. Servants brushed their coats until they gleamed faintly in the sunlight, cleaned their hooves of stones or mud, and combed their manes with patience. Buckets of water were hauled and poured into troughs. Hay was stacked neatly, and bedding was changed so that the animals could rest easily. The air was filled with the earthy scent of straw and the musky smell of horses, sounds of snorts and hooves shifting against wood. Though not warriors themselves, the servants ensured that when the master called for his horse, it stood ready, strong, and calm, the product of countless unremarkable acts of care. Storehouses too required attention, for within them lay the supplies that carried the household through lean seasons: sacks of rice, bundles of dried fish, jars of pickled vegetables, barrels of water or sake. Servants checked these regularly, moving the sacks so that none spoiled at the bottom, sealing jars tightly, ensuring that pests did not intrude. They recorded quietly what was stored, how much had been taken, how much remained, their brushstrokes neat in the margins of ledgers. No feast or gathering could take place. No season could be endured without this quiet accounting. The duties outside the house also extended into the small interactions with the village surrounding the estate. Servants sometimes walked to the market to collect goods, carrying baskets on their shoulders, choosing vegetables, grain, or cloth, always with measured patience, never rushing. They bowed to merchants, exchanged polite words, and returned with their burdens, blending into the life of the community without calling attention to themselves. If a message needed to be delivered, they carried it, walking calmly through streets, stepping softly into another house, bowing, handing over the folded paper with both hands before withdrawing again. Their work was not dramatic, yet it connected the household to the larger world, ensuring that information, goods, and obligations moved without interruption. To picture these outdoor tasks, is to see a servant in plain robes, sweeping the stones of a gateway, the broom whispering against gravel, or brushing a horse in the stable, the sound of bristles steady against its coat. It is to hear the soft creak of a bucket carried from the well, the faint clatter of tools as a fence is repaired, the murmured exchange of greetings in a market. Nothing loud, nothing hurried, nothing celebrated. Yet each task contributed to the household's harmony, each act ensuring that life unfolded without disruption. And as the sun rose and fell, as seasons shifted, the servants repeated these same duties again and again, their presence woven into the very fabric of the household. Unremarkable, unseen, yet essential. Their quiet work maintained the dignity of the samurai way of life, steady as the turning of the days, enduring as the walls they tended and the gates they guarded. The life of a samurai servant was not defined by grand events or moments that would ever be remembered in chronicles of history. It was a life made of repetition, of countless small actions performed steadily, day after day, season after season, until years passed without distinction. To serve in such a household was to move within a cycle that began before the master awoke and continued after he had gone to sleep. A cycle that repeated itself with such constancy that it seemed less like labor and more like the natural rhythm of existence itself. Each morning began with fire coaxed into life, floors swept, robes prepared, meals set quietly upon trays. Each afternoon carried the tasks of gardens tended, letters copied, horses brushed, storehouses checked. Each evening brought the careful arrangement of meals, the trimming of lamps, the laying out of bedding, the guarding of gates. The same motions were carried out yesterday, today, and tomorrow, their familiarity both the burden and the comfort of those who performed them. Servants rarely sought recognition, for recognition was never offered. Their names were not recorded, their faces forgotten, their lives absent from the stories that later generations repeated about samurai valor. The chronicles remembered battles and treaties, swords drawn and banners raised, but they did not remember the quiet hands that laid those swords upon polished racks, that prepared the meals sustaining those warriors, that swept the floors upon which decisions were made. Yet the truth remained that without these invisible acts, the visible life of the samurai could not have endured. A servant's duty was not to shine, but to sustain. This endurance gave their lives a certain weight, a dignity hidden within its silence. To imagine their existence is to imagine days flowing one into another like ripples upon a pond, each one nearly identical, each one fading into the next. The soundscape of their lives was constant, the sweep of a broom, the crackle of a fire, the faint clatter of bowls, the soft rustle of robes, the creak of a gate, the distant whinny of a horse. The scents too repeated endlessly, wood smoke clinging to beams, rice steaming in pots, tatami warmed by sun, straw filling the stables, ink drying upon paper. These sensations were not remarkable, yet they defined every hour. In this way, the servants lived lives of anonymity, yet of permanence, for they maintained the harmony that allowed the household to exist as a symbol of order. It was not the sword alone that defined the samurai, but the house that contained him, the meals that sustained him, the words that reached him, the armor kept ready for him, the silence that surrounded him. All of these things were shaped by servant hands. To reflect upon them is to feel the calming weight of their repetition. Nothing in their labor rushed. Nothing demanded sudden urgency, for even when tasks required care, they were approached with patience. To mend a roof, to patch a robe, to polish a blade, to rake a garden, all was done slowly, steadily, with no thought of glory, only of completion. Their world was a world of continuity, a rhythm that lulled even the harshness of time into something gentle. And so, when night returned each day, when fires were reduced to embers and lamps extinguished, the servants too lay down upon their mats, their bodies weary but their minds quiet, knowing that with dawn the cycle would begin again. Sweep, prepare, serve, repair, watch. The unremarkable duties of samurai servants continued as they always had and always would, unchanging as the seasons, eternal as the turning of the moon. To imagine this ending is to imagine yourself drifting with them into the same rhythm. You feel the stillness of the house at night, the faint glow of embers, the silence broken only by the wind outside the walls. You breathe slowly, evenly, like the servants whose lives were measured by calm repetition. Nothing demands your attention, nothing pulls you away. The world is quiet, the duties are complete, the household rests, and within this stillness, the story of the samurai servants finds its end. Not in glory, not in noise, but in silence, in patience, in unremarkable but eternal duty. That is the end of our story. Before we continue to the next one, I kindly ask you to give this video a like, and if you haven't yet, please subscribe to the channel so you can always return here to rest. Now, let us move on to the next tale in our Boring History for Sleep series, and step quietly into the uneventful rise of ancient coinage. When we think of money, it is easy to imagine coins glinting in the sun, exchanged with quick hands in markets, counted carefully by merchants, or stacked neatly in chests. Yet the rise of coinage in the ancient world was far less dramatic than the image suggests. It did not arrive suddenly, nor was it celebrated with fanfare. Instead, it emerged slowly, almost quietly, as a practical solution to the everyday challenges of trade and exchange. Before coins, communities had already long engaged in barter, trading grain for livestock, cloth for tools, or salt for meat. This system was familiar, and for centuries it functioned well enough. But barter required coincidence. One person needed to want what the other had, and both had to agree upon value. Over time, as trade networks widened and markets grew more complex, this coincidence became harder to sustain. To ease these difficulties, people turned first to objects of agreed value: shells, beads, and eventually metals. Gold, silver, and bronze were already prized for their rarity and durability, used as ornaments and symbols of wealth long before they served as money. Traders began to measure pieces of metal by weight, cutting and weighing lumps of silver or bronze to settle accounts. This practice spread quietly across regions, from Mesopotamia to Egypt, from Greece to Anatolia, each community shaping its habits slowly, steadily, without a single moment of invention. Coinage itself arose not from a sudden flash of genius, but from the gradual standardization of these practices. Around the 7th century BCE, in the region of Lydia, in western Anatolia, rulers began stamping small pieces of electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver, with marks that guaranteed their weight and purity. These stamps removed the need to weigh every piece, saving time in markets, reducing disputes, and creating trust in transactions. It was not a dramatic revolution, but a quiet adjustment, a way to make the exchange of value smoother. Merchants accepted stamped coins more readily than lumps of metal, and so the practice spread, first in Lydia, then in neighboring regions, then across the Mediterranean. In Greece, coinage took root in city-states where trade flourished. Athens minted coins of silver, marked with the owl and olive branch, symbols of wisdom and prosperity. Corinth struck coins with Pegasus, the winged horse, while other cities adopted their own designs, small symbols of identity carried in the hands of traders. Yet even here, the rise was steady rather than sudden. Markets did not transform overnight. People continued to barter, to trade in goods, to measure metals. Coins entered slowly, used first in larger exchanges, then gradually in smaller transactions, until their presence became common, then expected. In the East, similar practices took shape. In China, bronze spade-shaped and knife-shaped coins appeared, later replaced by round coins with square holes. These two emerged not in a burst of novelty, but as a progression of tools already familiar, each design building upon older practices, each adjustment a refinement rather than a transformation. What coins offered was convenience, and convenience rarely arrives with noise. Instead, it settles into life quietly until people cannot imagine living without it. To picture the earliest use of coins is to imagine a market not unlike those that came before. Stalls of grain, jars of oil, bundles of cloth, herds of animals, voices rising and falling as people bargained. Yet instead of weighing lumps of silver or exchanging animals, a merchant handed over a stamped piece of metal, its value already assured, its weight already trusted. The transaction was smoother, the argument shorter, the agreement reached more quickly. Nothing seemed extraordinary, yet in that simple act the groundwork of modern economies was laid. The rise of coinage was not the story of kings alone, nor of inventions celebrated in monuments. It was the story of countless small exchanges, of ordinary people choosing what was easiest, of merchants preferring certainty to uncertainty, of rulers recognizing the benefit of standard marks. It was unremarkable, almost invisible, yet it endured. To let your thoughts rest on this image is to feel the calmness of history unfolding, not through sudden change, but through slow acceptance, through repetition, through the steady rhythm of markets adjusting to new habits. Coins did not conquer the world overnight. They drifted quietly into it, one stamped piece of metal at a time, until the sight of them became ordinary, until their use became natural, until their presence was so woven into life that people no longer remembered a world without them. Long before the first stamped pieces of metal began to circulate in the markets of Lydia or the city-states of Greece, people across the ancient world had already developed many ways of exchanging goods. And though these forms of proto-money may seem unusual to us now, they served their purpose quietly and steadily for generations. The earliest system of barter relied on direct exchange: grain for cloth, oil for tools, animals for pottery. And while it seems simple, it required patience and coincidence. A farmer with surplus barley needed to find a weaver willing to trade cloth, and the weaver in turn needed to knead barley. If no match existed, the transaction stalled. This inconvenience gave rise to what we might call objects of agreed value, items that could serve as intermediaries. One of the oldest and most enduring of these was salt, so prized in some regions that it became a kind of currency. The Latin word salarium, the root of our word salary, reflects this, for Roman soldiers were partly compensated with salt. Its usefulness made it valuable, its scarcity in certain areas made it precious, and its durability allowed it to circulate without spoilage. In other parts of the world, shells served the same role. Cowrie shells, smooth and bright, became mediums of exchange in Africa, Asia, and even parts of Europe. Their small size and attractive appearance made them easy to carry, easy to count, and relatively resistant to damage. A handful of shells might purchase food or cloth, their value determined by custom rather than any intrinsic worth. Elsewhere, beads, stones, and even feathers took on similar roles, not because they carried practical use, but because societies agreed to treat them as symbols of value. Metals entered this system gradually. Bronze, copper, silver, and gold were already valued for their beauty, their resistance to decay, and their ability to be shaped into ornaments. Over time, these qualities made them attractive for trade. Instead of exchanging livestock or grain, merchants weighed out lumps of metal, often cut or broken from larger ingots. Scales became as important as the goods themselves, and deals unfolded with the careful balancing of weight against weight. A trader might place a hunk of silver on one side of a scale and a pile of grain on the other, both sides adjusted until agreement was reached. This process was not quick, but it carried trust, for the balance could be seen by both sides. The use of weighed metal spread widely, appearing in Mesopotamia, Egypt, and across the Mediterranean. It was not yet coinage, but it carried the seeds of the idea, the notion that value could be stored and measured in durable, divisible pieces. The drawback, however, lay in uncertainty. Not all silver was pure, not all bronze of equal strength. Arguments arose about alloys, about weights, about fraud. To solve these issues, people developed systems of marks. Bars of metal were cast with designs, seals, or inscriptions to show their origin or guarantee their weight. These marks did not yet make the objects true coins, for they were not standardized in shape or size, but they represented a step toward the eventual shift. Cattle, too, remained a unit of value for centuries, a legacy reflected in language itself. The Latin word pecunia, meaning money, comes from pecus, meaning cattle. Livestock were portable wealth, living assets that could reproduce, feed families, and be exchanged in large deals. To own many cattle was to hold power, and to trade them was to participate in one of the oldest forms of wealth transfer. Yet cattle were not practical for every exchange, and so they coexisted with salt, shells, and metals, each form of value used according to circumstance. To imagine these ancient markets is to see not coins, but a mixture of objects, each one accepted by agreement, each one shifting from hand to hand in calm routine. A farmer might carry bags of grain to market. A herder might bring goats. A merchant might arrive with a pouch of weighed silver, another with a basket of shells. Exchanges unfolded slowly, with weighing, counting, inspecting, and negotiating. Nothing was fast, nothing was standardized, but everything carried meaning, for all participants understood the value of the objects before them. In this way, before coinage existed, humanity had already built the habits of trade, the patience of barter, the the trust in objects of value. And when stamped coins eventually appeared, they did not feel like a revolution, but like a refinement, another quiet step in the long story of exchange. The transition from weighed metal and barter to the first true coins did not happen all at once and was not announced with any sense of sudden innovation. Instead, it unfolded slowly in Western Anatolia, in the kingdom of Lydia, during the 7th century BCE. The people of Lydia were already accustomed to using electrum, a naturally occurring alloy of gold and silver found in riverbeds, as a store of value. Traders measured it by weight, cut it into lumps, and used it to settle accounts. But electrum was inconsistent, with variations in its gold and silver content, and this inconsistency created frequent disputes. To address these problems, Lydian rulers began to stamp small, rounded pieces of electrum with marks that guaranteed their weight and purity. These marks were not elaborate designs, but simple impressions pressed into the metal, signs that the authority of the ruler stood behind the piece. The coin could then circulate without constant weighing and testing, a practical step that saved time, reduced arguments, and built trust. This small change was the birth of coinage, though at the time it likely seemed more like a refinement than a revolution. Coins first served in the markets of Lydia, passed quietly from hand to hand. Merchants accepted them because they simplified trade, and the idea spread gradually outward, reaching neighboring Greek city-states. The Greeks, with their busy ports and bustling markets, found coins especially useful. They began to mint their own, each city adopting symbols that reflected its identity. Athens chose the owl, emblem of wisdom and of Athena, goddess of the city. Corinth adopted Pegasus, the winged horse, while Aegina used the turtle, a nod to its maritime power. These designs added a new layer of meaning to coins. They were not just measures of value, but also symbols of community, of belonging, of pride. Still, their adoption was slow. Barter continued. Weighed silver remained in use, and many people likely viewed coins as one option among many. Over time, however, the convenience of coins made them increasingly common. A farmer selling grain could receive coins instead of bulky sacks of salt or awkward measures of cattle. A craftsman could be paid in coins, which he could then use to buy food, cloth, or tools, without waiting for the right match of needs. Slowly, coins created a smoother rhythm of exchange, one that made markets more efficient without altering their essential calm. By the 6th century BCE, coinage had spread widely in the Greek world. The silver mines of Laurion near Athens supplied the city with resources for its famous owl coins, which circulated across the Mediterranean. Their consistent weight and recognizable design made them trusted even beyond Athens, accepted by traders in distant ports. Yet this trust grew not through dramatic campaigns, but through daily repetition, through countless small exchanges where coins proved useful. Merchants preferred them, customers grew accustomed to them, and gradually they became normal. Beyond Greece, the practice spread eastward as well. The Persian Empire, which absorbed Lydia in the mid-6th century BCE, adopted coinage and minted its own coins, most famously the gold daric and the silver siglos. These coins bore the image of the Persian king and served as a unifying currency across the empire's vast territory. Once again, the spread was steady rather than sudden, a gradual adjustment woven into the rhythm of daily trade. The same story unfolded wherever coinage reached. It did not replace older methods instantly, but slowly worked its way into ordinary life until it became expected, until people no longer thought of weighing silver or bartering cattle when a stamped piece of metal could serve instead. To picture these early coins is not to imagine gleaming treasure, but small, dull discs carried in pouches, exchanged quietly in markets, stacked carefully by merchants, counted patiently in homes. They were practical objects, not glamorous, their value lying not in beauty, but in trust. Their rise was uneventful, shaped by necessity rather than celebration, by countless ordinary transactions rather than singular moments of invention. And in that uneventfulness lay their power, for they endured, spreading across the ancient world, becoming part of life so seamlessly that their absence soon seemed unthinkable. As coinage spread across the Greek world, it acquired a role that extended beyond mere trade. While at its heart, a coin remained a stamped piece of metal with a guaranteed weight and value. The designs pressed upon its surface carried meaning far deeper than the silver or bronze itself. Each city-state, in adopting coinage, saw the opportunity not only to facilitate commerce, but also to represent its identity, to project its image, and to quietly remind its people and neighbors of what it valued most. In Athens, the famous owl coins became one of the most recognized currencies of the ancient world. On one side was the head of Athena, goddess of wisdom and protector of the city, her gaze calm, her helmet adorned with olive leaves. On the other side was the owl, symbol of wisdom, perched beside an olive branch. These images were not chosen at random. They embodied the ideals of the city and reflected its prosperity. The silver used to mint these coins came from the Laurian mines near Athens, and the reliability of their weight and purity made them trusted in markets far beyond Attica. To hold an Athenian coin was to hold not only a medium of exchange, but a small piece of Athens itself, carrying its symbols across the Mediterranean in the pouches of merchants. Corinth chose Pegasus, the winged horse, as its emblem, reflecting myths tied to its land and its role as a center of trade. The image suggested swiftness and strength, qualities useful in commerce, and over time, the Pegasus coin became widely recognized. Aegina, an island with strong maritime connections, stamped its coins with the image of a turtle, a reminder of the sea that sustained its wealth. Each city selected symbols that were familiar to its citizens and distinctive in foreign markets, turning coins into small tokens of identity as well as units of value. This practice gave coins a dual function. They remained tools of trade, but they also carried political and cultural weight. To pay with an Athenian coin in a distant port was not only to settle a transaction, but to display the reach and influence of Athens itself. The reliability of the silver owls became a kind of advertisement, telling the world that Athens was stable, prosperous, and powerful. The same was true for other cities. Their coins spread their image wherever they traveled, building reputations silently, without speeches or campaigns, simply through the steady repetition of daily exchange. For the people within each city, the images on coins also served as quiet reminders of shared identity. Every time a citizen paid with a coin, he saw the owl, the turtle, or Pegasus, reinforcing the symbols of his community. These images became so familiar that they blended into the rhythm of life. Their meaning felt more than thought. In this way, coins became part of the cultural fabric, linking economic activity with civic pride. The artistic quality of these designs grew over time. Early coins carried simple stamps, but later issues featured carefully engraved portraits, detailed animals, and intricate symbols. Engravers refined their craft, producing images that, though small, were precise and expressive. These coins were not meant as art for galleries, but as everyday tools, yet their beauty carried meaning, adding another layer to their quiet presence in markets. To imagine these coins in circulation is to picture markets filled with goods, grain, oil, pottery, livestock, while small pieces of stamped silver pass from hand to hand. A merchant receives an Athenian owl and trusts its weight without question. A farmer accepts a Corinthian Pegasus and knows he can use it elsewhere. A traveler spends an Aeginetan turtle in a distant port, and the symbol of the island's seafaring wealth is carried further still. Each transaction is small, each exchange unremarkable, but together they weave a network of trust and identity across the Mediterranean. The rise of these civic symbols was not loud or sudden. It unfolded slowly, coin by coin, trade by trade, until the presence of these images was as ordinary as the goods they purchased. People may not have thought deeply about the owl or the turtle with each use, but the repetition ensured that the meaning endured. Coins became not just metal, but messages, not just tools, but tokens of identity. And in this way, the uneventful rise of coinage gained another dimension, linking the practical with the symbolic, commerce with culture, daily routine with civic pride. As the practice of coinage spread outward from the Greek city-states and the markets of Anatolia, it was taken up by larger empires whose territories stretched far across land and sea. These empires saw in coinage not only a convenience for trade, but also a tool for order, unity, and subtle communication of power. Among the first to adopt it widely was the Persian Empire under the rule of Darius the First in the 6th century BCE. The Persians inherited the Lydian innovation after conquering Lydia and expanded upon it, introducing the famous gold derrick and the silver siglos. These coins bore the image of the great king, often depicted holding a bow and spear, symbols of authority and strength. Their purpose was not merely to serve as money, but to tie together an empire that spanned from Asia Minor to the Indus Valley, from Egypt to the steppes. The uniformity of these coins meant that merchants traveling vast distances could rely upon their weight and purity, reducing disputes and smoothing exchanges. The adoption of coinage by Persia was gradual but steady, fitting into existing systems of tribute and taxation. Coins were used alongside barter and weighed metals, but over time their convenience made them increasingly preferred, especially in trade across distant provinces. The empire did not force their use with sudden decrees. Instead, coins seeped into daily life quietly, their circulation growing through countless small transactions. Far to the west, the Roman Republic and later the Roman Empire took coinage to new levels of standardization and spread. Rome, initially reliant on barter and weighed bronze, gradually developed its own coinage system, first producing cast bronze ingots, then moving to struck coins of silver, bronze, and later gold. By the time of the late Republic, the denarius, a silver coin, had become the standard currency, circulating widely in Italy and beyond. Each coin carried symbols chosen carefully, the faces of gods, images of temples, or scenes reflecting civic virtues. Over time, as Rome transformed into an empire, the portrait of the emperor became the dominant feature, his image struck upon millions of coins. These portraits served both as guarantees of value and as subtle proclamations of authority. To spend a Roman coin was to encounter the face of the emperor himself, a reminder that his rule extended into the smallest corners of daily life. The spread of Roman coinage mirrored the spread of Roman power. As new territories were conquered, Roman coins entered their markets, mingling with local forms of exchange. Gradually, Roman coins displaced older systems, not by sudden elimination, but by steady preference. Merchants found them reliable, soldiers were paid with them, taxes were collected in them, and soon they became woven into the fabric of economic life. Rome also introduced a level of infrastructure to support this system. Mints in different provinces, standardized designs, and regulations to maintain trust and value. Yet even here, the rise of coinage was uneventful in its day-to-day reality. People did not marvel at the denarius each time they used it. They accepted it as normal, just as people had once accepted weighed bronze or cattle. The true transformation lay not in individual moments, but in the accumulation of ordinary exchanges, the slow embedding of coins into the rhythm of life. In both Persia and Rome, coins carried another layer of meaning. They were instruments of propaganda. The image of the king on a Persian derrick, the profile of Augustus on a Roman aureus. These were not random decorations, but deliberate messages. They reminded subjects of their ruler's presence, of his protection, of his power. And yet, for those who handled the coins daily, the meaning may have faded into routine, the designs seen so often that they became part of the background of existence. To picture this spread is to imagine merchants traveling roads and seas, carrying pouches of coins that bore the symbols of empires. A Persian derrick changing hands in Babylon, a Roman denarius spent in Gaul, each one an ordinary act, unremarkable at the time, yet part of a vast system knitting together regions under a shared currency. Nothing about the exchange was loud or sudden, but the quiet reliability of coins made them indispensable. And as centuries passed, their circulation became so normal, so woven into daily life, that people forgot there had ever been a time before them. The impact of coinage was not felt only in the courts of kings or in the treasuries of great empires. Its true significance emerged in the slow and steady changes it brought to the daily lives of ordinary people, those who bought and sold in markets, who traveled roads with goods upon their backs, who paid their taxes, and who saved what little they could. For them, coins were not symbols of power or art, but small tools that smoothed the rhythm of life, making each exchange a little simpler, a little clearer, a little more predictable. In the marketplace, the difference was most visible. Before coinage, a farmer bringing grain to sell might expect to return with bundles of cloth or jars of oil, the result of direct barter. With coins, he could instead receive small pieces of silver or bronze, stamped and trusted, which he could carry home easily and spend later as needed. The awkwardness of finding the exact trade was reduced. and the flow of markets became smoother. A potter selling his wares no longer needed to find someone who happened to want his pottery and also had something he desired in return. A coin placed in his hand solved the problem, giving him value that could be used in many different ways. This quiet convenience repeated itself countless times until people forgot the earlier complications. In homes, coins slowly altered habits. Families began to keep small pouches where coins were stored, tucked away for use in emergencies or in seasons when harvests were poor. Children grew up seeing these pouches, learning to count the pieces, to recognize their symbols, to understand their worth. Coins entered rituals of life as well: dowries, offerings at temples, small gifts to the dead placed in graves. Each use was ordinary, yet over time, it shifted how people thought about value, moving it from bulky goods into small, durable tokens that could be passed across generations. Taxes, too, became tied to coinage. Where once rulers demanded grain, cattle, or labor, many began to require payment in standardized coins. This did not happen overnight, but gradually, as states realized that coins could be stored, moved, and spent more easily than sacks of wheat or herds of animals. For the common person, this meant that part of the harvest had to be converted into coins, creating steady participation in the currency system. Soldiers were paid in coins, artisans received them for their work, and farmers earned them from selling surplus. Coins spread not through grand proclamations, but through these practical necessities, until they became part of the background of existence. Merchants traveling long distances relied especially upon coins. Where barter required finding someone who wanted exactly what they offered, coins provided universal acceptance. A trader leaving Athens with a pouch of silver owls could travel to Egypt, to Sicily, to Asia Minor, and still find his money trusted. This reliability encouraged travel, widened trade networks, and quietly wove distant regions together through commerce. The coins carried the symbols of their cities with them, but to the trader they were primarily tools of trust, their images secondary to their function. Even in ordinary exchanges, coins introduced a subtle change in thinking. People began to consider prices in terms of fixed amounts rather than vague equivalences. A measure of grain might cost 3 coins, a jar of oil 5, a simple cloak 10. The language of trade shifted, becoming more precise, more numerical, more repeatable. Yet this shift was not dramatic in its moment. It grew slowly as people adjusted, as markets settled, as familiarity replaced novelty. To imagine this impact is to picture a quiet marketplace where voices rise and fall, animals shuffle, children run between stalls, and amidst it all, small discs of silver and bronze pass steadily from hand to hand. No one marvels at them. No one celebrates their presence. They are simply there, like the baskets of figs, the piles of grain, the jars of oil. Their true power lies in their ordinariness, in the way they made life simpler without drawing attention to themselves. Over centuries, this ordinariness became permanence. Coins did not merely enter daily life. They reshaped it slowly, weaving themselves into every exchange, every home, every journey. They gave a common measure to trade, a common tool to tax, a common medium to save. And though their rise was uneventful, their effect was enduring, shaping the lives of countless ordinary people who may never have thought about the history of coinage, but who relied on it every day in the most unremarkable of ways. As coins became ordinary objects in markets and homes, they slowly shaped not only trade, but the habits, customs, and even the rituals of ancient communities. These changes were not dramatic, not sudden shifts that startled societies, but small adjustments repeated until they became tradition, until they seemed natural, until no one remembered a time without them. One of the earliest habits to emerge was the practice of saving. In a world where value had once been stored in livestock, grain, or cloth, coins offered something new: small, durable, easily hidden tokens that could be kept for future use. Families tucked them away in clay jars, wooden chests, or cloth pouches, sometimes buried beneath floors, sometimes hidden in walls. The act of putting aside coins became a quiet form of security, a way to prepare for lean harvests, sudden illness, or unexpected journeys. These small stores rarely grew large, yet they gave people a sense of stability, a trust that even when crops failed or markets shifted, a resource remained. Alongside saving came the steady practice of paying wages in coins. Soldiers had long been compensated with rations or shares of spoils, but with coinage, they received regular payment in stamped silver or bronze. This habit spread outward to artisans, builders, and laborers who were hired for work and paid not in kind, but in coins. The rhythm of wages shaped new routines, creating a sense of measured time, work exchanged for coins, coins exchanged for goods, goods sustaining life. Though it seemed simple, it represented a quiet shift. Value no longer tied only to barter or seasonal harvests, but to the small clink of metal in hand. Coins also found their way into religious rituals. Temples, which had long received offerings of grain, oil, or animals, now accepted coins as gifts. These were dropped into chests, placed before statues, or used to fund sacrifices and festivals. The coins bore symbols of rulers or cities, but once given, they became sacred, part of the wealth of the gods. Priests collected them, stored them, sometimes melted them down to fund building projects or to mint new pieces. For the worshipper, the act of giving a coin carried meaning no less than offering fruit or incense. Yet the small disc was easier to transport, easier to measure, easier to repeat. Over time, coins became a familiar presence in the sacred spaces of ancient life. In burial customs, too, coins appeared, slipped into the hands or mouths of the dead, placed beside them in graves. The Greeks imagined Charon, the ferryman of the underworld, who required a coin to carry souls across the river Styx. Whether or not every family believed the tale, the practice spread widely, becoming a tradition that endured. Archaeologists have uncovered countless graves where a single coin rests with the deceased, a quiet reminder of how money had entered even the final journeys of human life. In other regions, coins served as grave goods, not for passage, but as tokens of memory, offerings left to accompany the dead, symbols of value carried into eternity. Beyond rituals, coins became objects of custom in daily exchanges of courtesy. Small gifts of coins might be offered to guests, to children, to beggars at the gate. These gestures, though modest, reflected a new language of generosity, one shaped by the presence of portable value. A handful of coins, clinking softly, conveyed respect, gratitude, or compassion more easily than cumbersome goods. Their smallness made them ideal for such gestures, and their familiarity made the practice ordinary. To imagine these customs is to see coins not as treasure, but as companions to life's rhythms. A soldier tucks his wages into a pouch at his belt. A craftsman places coins in a jar beside his tools. A worshiper bows and sets a coin before a shrine. A family lowers a loved one into the earth, placing a coin gently in the grave. Each act is quiet, each act repeated, each act unremarkable, yet together they wove coins into the fabric of human life. The uneventful rise of coinage did not only change how people traded, it slowly reshaped how they saved, how they worked, how they worshipped, how they buried their dead. These were not revolutions but adjustments, accepted without fanfare, carried out without thought until they became traditions. And so the coins, small and ordinary, found their way into the deepest corners of human habit, enduring not because of drama, but because of repetition, because of their steady, quiet usefulness. The spread of coinage beyond the Greek world and the early empires of Lydia and Persia followed the same quiet pattern that had marked its rise from the beginning. It did not march with armies or sweep across borders in dramatic waves, but moved slowly, piece by piece, in the pouches of merchants, in the hands of travelers, in the offerings of pilgrims, along the roads and waterways that tied ancient societies together. Trade routes were the silent rivers through which coinage flowed, carrying stamped metal far beyond the cities that had minted them. In the Mediterranean, ships loaded with grain, oil, and wine also carried coins as payment and exchange. Greek owls from Athens, turtles from Aegina, and later Roman denarii passed steadily from port to port, trusted because of their weight and purity. A merchant in Sicily might receive coins minted hundreds of miles away in Asia Minor, and though he had never seen their city of origin, he accepted them, for their value had already become recognized. Markets did not require dramatic explanation. The repetition of countless transactions gave the coins their authority. Eastward, the Persian Empire extended coinage deep into its provinces, its darics and sigloi circulating along the royal road, a great highway stretching from Sardis to Susa, connecting the Aegean with the Persian heartland. couriers, merchants, and soldiers carried these coins, paying for lodging, food, and supplies, until the stamped image of the Persian king became familiar even in lands far from his palace. It was not the command of the king alone that spread his coins, but the daily needs of those who traveled, the ordinary exchanges that made life possible. Further still, trade networks carried coinage into India. The routes linking Persia and the Indus Valley brought stamped silver into local markets, where they mingled with existing traditions of barter and weighed metal. In time, Indian kingdoms began to produce their own coinage, often simple punch-marked pieces of silver, each bearing symbols of authority and religion. These coins were not copies of Greek or Persian issues, but adaptations, shaped to local needs. Proof that coinage was not imposed suddenly, but adopted gradually, refined until it suited the habits of each society. Along the Silk Road, that long web of paths connecting east and west, coins traveled in small quantities. They were not always the dominant medium, for barter in goods like silk, spices, and horses remained central. But coins added another layer of trust. A Roman denarius might find its way into Central Asia, carried in the pouch of a merchant or a soldier, then exchanged again and again until it disappeared into a distant market. Likewise, Chinese bronze coins, with their distinctive square holes, began to appear outside their homeland, strung on cords, easy to carry, useful in trade. These movements were slow, almost invisible, yet they left a lasting imprint. China itself had long used forms of proto-money, such as knife-shaped and spade-shaped bronze tokens. But by the late Warring States period and into the Han Dynasty, round coins with square holes became standard. Their simple design allowed them to be strung together by the dozens, forming strings of currency that could be carried easily. This was a different tradition than the stamped silver of the Mediterranean, yet it served the same purpose: convenience, trust, standardization. The spread of coinage across continents was not uniform, nor was it immediate. In many places, old systems endured for centuries alongside the new. Shells, beads, and livestock still served as value in Africa and Asia, just as barter never disappeared entirely even in Europe. But coinage crept into these systems quietly, never erasing them at once, but offering an alternative that proved too convenient to ignore. Over time, the stamped disc of metal became common enough that even when not used, its presence was familiar, expected, part of the larger vocabulary of trade. To imagine this slow diffusion is to picture caravans moving along dusty roads, merchants guiding pack animals laden with goods, ships sailing across calm seas, their holds filled with jars and sacks. Among these goods, small pouches of coins jingle softly, almost unnoticed, yet with each exchange they knit distant regions together. A Persian coin pays for bread in an Egyptian village. A Roman coin buys silk in a market on the edges of Central Asia. A Chinese coin makes its way into a nomad's pouch before being spent again in another camp. No proclamation announces their arrival. No historian records each exchange. They simply spread, quietly, steadily, until entire continents had grown accustomed to their presence. The uneventful rise of coinage, already ordinary in Greece and Lydia, became global through this slow diffusion. It was not conquest that carried them, but routine, not glory, but necessity. Coins moved as people moved, passed as people passed, accepted because they simplified life. And so, without drama, without spectacle, they extended their reach across the ancient world, enduring as one of the few quiet inventions to bind distant societies together in trust. The rise of coinage, though slow and largely uneventful, was not without its challenges. For coins to function, people had to trust that the stamped piece of metal they held was indeed what it claimed to be. This trust could not be commanded by rulers alone. It had to be sustained daily in the marketplace, repeated again and again until it became instinctive. Yet trust is fragile, and throughout the ancient world, coinage faced threats that were subtle, persistent, and often invisible to those who used them. One of the earliest and most constant problems was counterfeiting. The very convenience of coins, their small size and wide circulation, made them easy to imitate. Dishonest minters could produce pieces of lesser metal coated with silver or gold, or shave small amounts from the edges of genuine coins, a practice known as clipping. These fraudulent pieces entered circulation, and though each one may have seemed unremarkable, together they undermined confidence. To counter this, states introduced measures, distinctive designs difficult to copy, edges marked with patterns, punishments for counterfeiters. But the battle was ongoing, a quiet struggle waged not on battlefields, but in markets, in back rooms, in the silent passing of hands. Another challenge was debasement, the deliberate reduction of precious metal content by the very authorities who issued the coins. In times of war, famine, or economic strain, rulers often stretched their resources by producing more coins with less silver or gold. At first, the difference might be slight, hardly noticed by those who used them. But over time, as coins grew lighter or duller, people began to sense the change, and confidence wavered. Markets adjusted prices upward, merchants grew cautious, and the steady rhythm of trust faltered. Rome experienced this repeatedly, with emperors debasing the denarius until its silver content dwindled to almost nothing. The coin continued to circulate, but its value eroded quietly, a reminder that coinage relied not only on metal but on faith. Even without fraud or debasement, coins could lose value through wear. Passed hand to hand, dropped upon tables, carried in pouches, coins grew thin, their images faded, their edges worn. A coin that began its life crisp and sharp could, after decades, become a smooth disc, its design barely visible. Though still accepted, it no longer inspired the same confidence as a freshly minted piece. Markets had to adjust, weighing older coins, comparing them, testing their content. The daily grind of trade wore not only people but money itself, and servants of households or officials of states were often tasked with sorting coins, removing those too worn, replacing them with new issues. This cycle of replacement was steady, a quiet maintenance necessary to preserve trust. Regional differences also created difficulty. As coins spread across empires and trade networks, they encountered other currencies, each with its own weight, metal, and design. A merchant in Asia Minor might carry Persian darics, Greek owls, and local bronze pieces, each accepted but valued differently. Converting between them required skill, patience, and sometimes suspicion. Money changers emerged, individuals who specialized in weighing and assessing coins, smoothing exchanges but also profiting from differences. Their work was mundane but essential, for without them, the confusion of multiple currencies could slow trade. In temples and treasuries, where coins accumulated in large quantities, officials kept careful watch. Hoards of coins were inspected, sorted, and stored in clay jars or wooden chests, each piece part of a larger reserve. The sheer volume of coins required attention, and mistakes could spread quickly. Trust was maintained through this constant vigilance, not through grand declarations, but through the steady labor of weighing, counting, and checking. To imagine these challenges is to picture a marketplace where a merchant turns a coin over in his hand, testing its weight, biting it gently to check its metal, comparing its color to another. Around him, voices murmur, goods change hands, pouches jingle softly. Some coins are bright and new, others worn and dull, but all must be judged, all must be trusted or rejected. The process is slow, repetitive, yet essential. In the end, coinage endured not because it was perfect, but because people accepted its imperfections, adjusting to them, working around them, maintaining faith even when fraud or debasement threatened. The uneventful rise of coinage was sustained by this resilience, by the willingness of countless ordinary people to continue using coins despite their flaws, by the steady repair of systems that kept trust alive. And so coins remained, circulating through centuries, their challenges absorbed into the calm repetition of daily life. The story of coinage, though rooted in small and practical beginnings, reached a place of permanence not because of a single invention or dramatic moment, but because of the quiet persistence of countless exchanges across centuries. What began with lumps of metal weighed on scales in distant markets, with shells, salt, and cattle traded as value, eventually evolved into the stamped coins of Lydia, the owls of Athens, the darics of Persia, and the denarii of Rome. Each step was modest, each change gradual, and together they formed one of the most enduring habits of human life. The uneventful rise of coinage was shaped by repetition. Coins were not admired as treasures each time they were used. They were accepted, passed, stored, and spent without thought. A merchant in a dusty market stall handed one over for a basket of figs. A farmer tucked a few into his pouch after selling grain. A soldier received them for his service, stacked them neatly, then used them to buy a cloak or a meal. These moments were small, ordinary, and unrecorded. Yet in their vast accumulation, they created a system that stretched across empires and endured through ages. The coin became more than metal. It became memory, carrying the faces of rulers, the symbols of cities, the marks of identity. An Athenian owl told of wisdom and power, a Persian king of empire and order, a Roman emperor of authority stretching from Britain to the Nile. Yet for those who held them daily, the images faded into background, familiar but unremarkable, part of the rhythm of life. The true meaning of coins lay not in their art, but in their function, in their trustworthiness, in the way they smoothed human interaction. Challenges remained: counterfeiting, debasement, wear. But people adjusted, weighing, testing, sorting, continuing to trust because coins simplified life more than they complicated it. Their flaws were absorbed into routine, their presence accepted as constant, their endurance assured not by perfection, but by usefulness. Over time, coinage wove itself into every layer of society. Families saved them in jars, temples received them as offerings, mourners placed them with the dead, rulers demanded them as taxes, soldiers carried them as pay. They were part of daily meals, of journeys across seas, of markets filled with chatter, of silent moments when someone set aside a few coins for tomorrow. They shaped not only trade but thought itself, encouraging the habit of measuring value in numbers, of assigning prices, of thinking in terms of equivalence. The language of wealth, of payment, of saving, grew from their presence, slowly transforming culture in ways too subtle to notice at the time. To imagine the end of the story is not to imagine a grand finale, but to imagine quiet continuity. A coin lies upon a wooden table in a small shop. Another rests in a pouch tied to a belt. Another is buried beneath the floor of a house, saved for an uncertain day. Another is placed in the hand of the dead. None of these acts is remarkable, yet together they mark the permanence of coinage. Its rise was not loud, but steady, not swift, but enduring. And as centuries passed, as empires rose and fell, as languages changed and cities crumbled, the coin remained, always present, always ordinary, always trusted. The uneventful rise of ancient coinage is perhaps its greatest strength. It did not need drama to endure. It entered human life quietly, made itself useful, and became indispensable. And even now, when coins are gradually replaced by paper, by numbers on screens, their legacy persists, a reminder that some of the most powerful changes in history come not with noise, but with silence, not with spectacle, but with habit, not with revolution, but with repetition. To let your thoughts rest on this story is to feel the calm weight of history itself, measured not in battles or declarations, but in the small clink of metal passed from hand to hand, again and again, until it became eternal. Thank you for choosing to spend this time with Sleep Whisper. May your morning, when you wake, be filled with good fortune and gentle success in your work. We'll meet again tomorrow night here at Sleep Whisper. Until then, sleep well.